Okay, FairTV, we're about ready to get started. Can you guys hear me? Yes? Okay. All right, good evening, everyone. This is Lori Charlton. It's March 14th, 2024. I want to welcome everyone to the Board of Finance budget hearing for the fiscal 24-25 budget. Call the meeting to order and ask that we please all rise while our colleague, Mr. Mottola, leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. To the members of the public, this is the third in a series of Board of Finance budget hearings that will continue throughout March with a vote from this board on April 3rd. We encourage community participation in the process. There are multiple ways for residents to engage with the board. Residents are always encouraged to send comments and questions before or after the meetings to bof@fairfieldct.org. If you write to the board, please include your name and address for the record. Secondly, during each hearing, residents may provide live public comment for budget topics on that evening's agenda. Live comment will be called for at the beginning of each hearing for members of the public, whether attending in person or via WebEx. We ask that comments be limited to 3 minutes per person. If you're on the WebEx this evening and want to provide public comment on any of the departments listed on tonight's agenda, please go ahead and put your name in the chat box now. Lastly, there will be a public budget hearing on Saturday morning, March 30th, 9:30 a.m. at Fairfield Ward High School. For those who've attended that hearing in the past, it's normally at Ludlow, so just want to emphasize we're at Ward this year. That is an in-person meeting only. Residents are encouraged to attend, and that's an opportunity to share input on any aspect of the budget or the budget as a whole before the board votes. With that, we'll move to item 3, discussion on the following budgets. The budgets, I won't read them. They are listed on the agenda and include various departments within conservation, public works, and parks and recreation. So for members of the public who are following along, throughout the discussion, we'll be referring to the budget book that is posted online. And when referencing page numbers, I'll be referring to those that are printed on the hard copy of the book in the upper right-hand corner and not the PDF page numbers. Okay. Do we have anyone in the room for public comment?
I don't see anybody.
Okay, and I don't see anybody in the chat. All right, so we will move on to the first department, which is conservation. For reference, that begins with revenue on page 68 of the budget book. And do we have Mr. Bishop?
We do. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Finance. I just want to first excuse my appearance in working from my mobile office tonight in Danbury at my son's state hockey tournament. So pardon me for that.
We'll get you through quickly, hopefully.
Yes.
Is there a dungeon in the hockey room, or?
I'm in the parking garage, so lighting is tough.
Well, we're happy that you're not having to miss your son's game. So
Thank you.
Let's get through this quickly. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Also wanted to thank the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Department for their work in assembling this, as well as the Conservation Commission for their support with tonight's request on the expense side. But on the revenue side, you can see I guess, a very slight increase. And I'll just preface that with the July 1st regulations and fee schedule went into effect. So we're seeing some of that right now. I think I've seen some larger revenue sources come in, so I think we're actually exceeding our expectations right now with that. But just going off of the numbers that are provided, you can see the revenue. I guess more importantly, discussion. Expenses are generally the same. We did move around some pots and consolidation. But the largest request I will point out is the request for a full-time staff member in the office. It's the new position I created is natural resource specialist. That job description is provided in the packet. And I would ask if Frank has any comments that are more detailed from a numbers perspective than I do that he could contribute. But that's largely the department in a nutshell.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
No.
I was just going to add to what Tim said. Adding a natural resource specialist, we kind of just reclassed some things based on where Tim actually spent money just to true up some of these lines. The capital's going from $55,000 to zero. That's because Tim had a truck last year that was in his capital replacement for this one truck. And so he's replaced that. So he's not requesting anything new next year. The only thing on the revenue side I will note is that there are 2 revenue lines that are consolidated. So if you look at page 68, the first 2 revenue lines last year, 56,000 and 71,000. This year, they're just in conservation IWPA application, 128,000 roughly. So that's just moving that. It just consolidated those 2 revenue lines. And that's all I have.
Frank, can I ask a question on revenue, Lori?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just next, can you explain the next line, Frank? The permit time, why such a decrease? Is it a realignment of funds or what happened there?
Tim may be able to speak to this better, but just
Tim, it's 42333, conservation permit time decreased by 67.8%.
Yeah, the permit time extensions, that is, it goes up and down. If there's an existing permit that is expiring or expired, they have applicants or permit with holders with valid permits have the ability to create an extension that's 25% of the original permit fee. So again, depending on how much the original permit was, that revenue line can go up and down.
Right. No, I understand. And if you look at the previous years, going up and down would be putting it mildly. I mean, you start
Yeah.
fiscal year 21 actual was 6740. The next year, if I'm reading this right, $640, $320. Then we're back up to 7,973, back down to 2567 for an increase of decrease of 67.80%. So I'm just don't quite understand why there's that kind of wild fluctuations. I mean, that's pretty significant. Could it be that drastic of differences in permit extension fees? It's hard to understand that line.
If there's say Fairfield U has a permit on a new dorm for tens of thousands of dollars in the past and have to pay 25% on that, then there's a big chunk. If there were no dorms or significant high price permits at that time or no extensions, then we're looking at 320 or the 640. There's no way to really predict the decrease. Maybe Frank could speak to how that number was came to a dollar figure.
yeah,
But it is a wild swing.
I just looked at the history and you could see it's pretty volatile. So I think I just averaged it out over multiple years, and it is a smaller number. So I thought it was appropriate.
I have some questions, things, but I know Mr. Vitola had his hand up. I have questions on the expense side.
No, I'm okay because there was a revenue question that was answered, so I'm good.
Madam Chair, I do have a revenue question.
Okay, Mr. Curley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand the top two lines are being consolidated together, so that's clear, but I'm just looking at, obviously, from a budget to budget standpoint, the numbers are flat. But just looking at the trend of actuals over the previous 3 years, those two lines combined for 191,000, 147,000, 133,000. So it is trending down, and the budget is lower still at the 127.9. So I guess my question is that just a conservative assumption, or is there a trend that you expect to have those revenue numbers continue to decline?
I think it's a little of both. We did when we were predicting revenue for the new permit fees once they went into effect this previous July. We did, predict a decrease, but also given the sample year, historically during COVID was unusually high when compared to pre-COVID, just due to the activity of home renovations and home projects that required permits from my department. So I think it's a combination of both permit fees revisions and post-COVID declines in activity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curley.
Just on that, would it be just fair to say that people aren't doing work to their homes like they used to a couple of years ago? I mean, with higher interest rates and so on and so forth. So your fee applications would go down. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. Yeah, that's correct. And then, as you can see, it is always going to go up and down depending on what people decide to do, whether they need us or not. And again, what types of permits they require. With the new fee structure, it's activity based, but if it's a more significant project, there's an additional $5,000 fee on top of the activities they are choosing to do. So, if there were more of those, then we're getting, several thousand more dollars per permit for those types of projects. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Mattel. Ms. Ruggiero?
Hi, just a couple questions on the expenses. I think that the capital you said went down 55 because of a truck. So I think that was addressed. With the regular payroll, the increase there, I think you said there's a full-time resource that you're asking for. Where is that add? And can you tell me a little bit more about that added position?
So Tim,
Sure.
Tim,
Go ahead,
before you
Frank.
answer that, I'm just gonna throw in that the personnel summary on page 71 shows the natural resource specialist, new position budgeted at 77,848. It's assumed that would be a PETA position starting at the initial step. And there was also some backup that was uploaded to the Google sheet with the job descriptions for these, if anybody has their computers out, and I'll let Tim take it from there.
Thanks, Frank. Yeah, so I could, if that answers that part of the question, I can answer the need for the job.
Has the
it is
role
a
been
new-
filled?
It has not. This is a completely new position that is essentially performing the job functions of the previously removed conservation administrator prior to my arrival. I believe that was terminated in 2019. So my intent with this position is to create a level of redundancy with wetland permitting assistance, but also create a kind of general utility. That's why I entitled it Natural Resource Specialist. So they will be able to perform duties related to the department's purview, like shellfish, open space, other, land acquisition and tide gate, tidal marsh duties. So it's not just not just inland wetlands helper, but in the event that the current wetlands compliance officer is sick or on vacation, all permits in town hall stop because we have no to prove them on our end. So we can effectively hold up building and TPZ without approval. So this person will serve, like I said, a kind of general utility role as it relates to the department's purview. Hopefully that answers your question as far as the job.
Just one more follow-up. When that role was let go, I remember hearing about that. Was there a plan in place to backfill that role, just that it never got filled? Or is this truly an addition for a role that did exist, but there is a need in the department and, you know, additional coverage that's driving this added head?
There is a need in the department. It was never filled. I had initiated the request in the last go round with the previous administration, but it was put on hold. So that, yeah, again, it was never filled. I didn't arrive in my role until August of 21. So for several years there was a significant hole, and the department's been understaffed since. Also, I could refer you to the memo, as Frank mentioned, that I included to Selectman Gerber, the CFO at the time, Caitlin, and directed to Frank. I did give some history on staffing in the department back to the 80s. That just shows, you know, if this position is approved at my department would be 8.5, significantly down from 10 between 1987 and 89, and as high as 11 between 1989 and 1992. So with certain efficiencies in place and changes that I've made in the department, we are operating slightly more efficient than the 80s and 90s, obviously with a different world and a lot different. But that role was never filled, and it is a significant hole in the department's operations.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggiero. Mr. Testani?
Yeah, I just actually want to kind of dovetail off what Ms. Ruggiero was asking about. Tim, and this may be more of a Frank question, but so in that line, okay, for the salary, it's 77,848, that position. This is 101 for that line. Is it some additional increase? Someone else's salary? Is it, why is there that discrepancy?
Yeah, sure. So DPW, their contract is current, so there is a cost of living factor that's put in there. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of somebody else. I'm thinking of a different department. So two big ones in here are two PETA employees. The open space manager was recently promoted, I don't know, maybe within a year ago. And so he's starting on the lower step schedule for PETA because he came from the DPW union. And as employees go up the step schedule in PETA, it's more than the cost of living increase. So he probably went from a step 1 to a step 2 or a step 2 to a step 3. That's the same thing with the wetlands compliance officer. She went from one step to another, and you can see those are pretty significant. Maybe between those about $20,000 a piece, or maybe a little bit less, 15. And then there's some other step movement within there also. So if you factor those in as well as this new position, that's where you get about 100,000. So I'd say about 77 plus 15, and that's going to get you close with all the other small adjustments.
Okay. And Tim, how's this position, how are those duties being handled now? So let's go back, you know, within the last budget year, right? Position wasn't filled. There was no extra $1,000 added to what is an already inflated budget, of which the taxpayers, as you know, are going to have to absorb a close to 2 mil rate increase. So how are the duties being filled now, A, and B, what would be the scenario if the board did not go along with adding this position? How would it sounds like it's being done now. The duties are being done now, right? Without this position being added, another position to the budget. So help me to understand what the difference would be.
The difference is I'm doing about 5 different jobs. And
Hey, you personally, or is it divided up among I believe you said
Personally.
seven people on your staff, is that right?
well, 4 of those people are hands-on people down at the workshop, running chainsaws, digging holes, labor type duties for trail maintenance and open space maintenance. I have 2, 1.5 administrative staff. The only technical people on staff are myself and my wetlands compliance officer. So that officer is strictly wetlands for just processing permits. She does compliance. I do part of her job as enforcement, and then I again handle all of the other duties that this department has to process. I have 4 boards under my umbrella, unlike any other department. I have in 5 major purviews: open space, 1,200 acres of open space management, shellfish management, tide gate and tidal marsh restoration management, inland wetlands, and land acquisition. So all those duties, there's no one else to to perform. So I've taken on that burden, and I think this this position is a significant one. Again, in the memo, I don't foresee the need in the future to add any additional staff, and I really wouldn't have the room beyond that with this position physically in my office space to add. But I do not process inland wetlands permits. And without that level of redundancy of training someone to have a backup, just like if I didn't have, if I only had one secretary, then I'm also answering phones. The department doesn't have the bandwidth in a sustainable aspect to carry on this way.
Right. I hear what you're saying. Just so it's clear in my head, however, the duties of this position are getting completed now, correct? Without adding the position. Am I right?
By me.
It might
Yes.
be, it might be stretching people thin, so to speak, to kind of go along your theme, but the work is getting done, right? With the people you have. It's not like the work isn't getting done. Is that fair to say?
As long as I'm here, yes.
All right, great. Thank you.
Can
Thank
I
you.
follow up on that?
Yep.
Just so I'm clear, so this was a position, or at least a similar position that existed, that was cut by the last administration. So they gave it a go for a couple of years to see how the department would work out with this position. And now you've been here for 2 years now, you're finding that it wasn't working, not having this type of position. Is that a fair statement?
That's very accurate. Correct.
So I'm looking at this too from a customer standpoint. Your customers are the citizens of Fairfield who, if they apply for a permit because they want to get something done to their house, would not having a position like this, would it delay review of permits and also affect when a customer or homeowner would be able to, for example, start a project on his or her home? Is that part of it too?
Absolutely. When Sarah gets busy, my wetlands compliance officer, on her own, when we get floods of permits, you could be waiting anywhere from 30 to 40 or 50 days for a permit. So, again, since permits are online and interconnected for approval between all the permitting departments, TPZ, engineering, conservation, and building, then people and the public, the applicants, other departments look to us, and we're the ones holding it up. So
Okay.
if and again, if Sarah decides that she wants to take a week's vacation, which everyone's entitled to, town hall's stopping because of us. So
Yeah.
that level of redundancy doesn't exist. I can't do it. there's only 2 technical staff in my department with degrees in environmental science. That's me and Sarah. So processing is not being done by administrative staff.
All right, yeah, that makes sense. So just, I mean, this is even before, I've been here my whole life pretty much, and I got to tell you I don't know if you realize this, from a historical standpoint, your department wasn't very popular among the citizens of Fairfield for a variety of reasons, which I'm not going to get into right now. So I would hate to
Sure.
see us go back that way. And we tried to do without this type of position for a couple of years, and you've assessed it for 2 years and found out that we really need it, correct?
That's absolutely well
Okay.
said.
All right. Well, thanks for just clarifying that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola. Ms. Ruggiero?
Just one more question. Did you ask for this position to be backfilled last year?
I did in the initial budget discussions with the selectman's office. Yes.
Okay, so it was eliminated at the Board of Selectmen level? Or
I would
before it
say
even got there?
before it even got there. Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board on this budget?
No.
Okay, all right, Tim, sounds like you're ready to get back to your hockey game.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate you taking the time. Sorry to intrude on your fun tonight. Enjoy your
Not a
evening.
problem. Just doing my job. Thank you.
All right, take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Madam Chairwoman,
Yes,
I just want the record to reflect, I self-recused myself because I appear before the commission and work with Mr. Bishop with some private clients at times. So as you know, I traditionally, any of the departments that I work with in a professional basis, I recuse myself from those budgets in order to avoid the appearance of impropriety. And I always step out of the room for that, which most people should do. A lot don't, but that's the requirement. So I will be doing that probably for a couple more tonight. So I just
All right.
wanted to let the
Thank you.
record show that I recused myself on that last
Okay.
matter. Thank you.
all right, so Prue will have that in the record. All right, so we're going to move on to the Public Works Departments. And the first one is the Building Department, 50/50. So for reference, that begins on page 177 of the budget books with, and that's the revenue portion. And I think we have Mr. Mahoney here.
Mr. Gerio, I'm going to recuse myself because there are times I work with the building department. So I'm now going to step out once again. But I just wanted to come in beforehand, but I will stay out until I can come back in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and for all the board to have us here today.
Okay, so if you want to hit maybe first the highlights on the revenue side of your budget, and then we'll get into the expense side. We can pause in between for questions on revenue, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
All right. Well, our budget request has not fluctuated a whole bunch. We had taken money from certain other departments that weren't being used. Last year, we did have a position that wasn't filled. That's why our overtime budget was slightly increased. Had since filled that position that was in our budget. And we had taken money we had a special departmental supplies, which was used for, we were redoing office, et cetera, and that is not needed now. So we moved that monies to other departments, plus contractual obligations, which I'm sure Frank can speak to.
Okay, so we
Mr.
actually, we went on the expense side first, so why don't we just stay with that then? Frank, do you have anything to add before we turn it over to the board for questions on the building expense budget?
Yeah, much like what we did for the conservation department, we went through this budget and kind of just reallocated some lines based on, to true up some of these lines based on where some money is actually expended. Slight increase in regular payroll. That's just because a new person started and we're assuming some steps for them. So that's for that small increase in overtime, but you can see that's really truing it up to the prior year actuals. And you'll also see that it's below prior year actuals for the FY25 budget in regards to overtime, but that is because Pat's department was not fully staffed. There was some transition. So now he's fully staffed, so I think that this 19,721 is appropriate. Like I said, the remainder of the lines, 56,140, special departmental supplies, you'll see that's dropping from 10,000 to 1,393. Like I said, I reduced, or I talked to Pat about reducing that and spreading some of that among some of his other lines where, you know, he expected inflation or some prices to go up. And the reason why we felt like we could reduce that is there was some money in there for some refurbishment to the office for special departmental supplies, but the building department recently was refurbished in town hall. And so we didn't really see a need to keep that in there. And then while I just have the microphone for revenue, if you look on page 176, I did include a write-up, and I did this for some other departments with key revenue. So I included a write-up to go over some of the methodology and the justification for these numbers. And just because the revenue for building permits is being reduced by 200,000, I figured I'd point that out because I'm assuming there's going to be a question.
Okay. All right, so we can take questions on revenue or expense then. So questions from the board on this, Mr. Testani?
Frank, and I know you sort of reviewed it a little more quickly than usual just now on the building permits. $200,000 reduction is fairly significant given what Fairfield has historically done. I mean, help us to understand that reduction, please.
Yeah, so when we look at these revenues, we take a multi-factored approach. So if these revenues were kind of from a steady source, you know, maybe a lot of small projects, you could probably predict it a little bit more effectively. But what Pat and I do is we look at two things. We look at, you know, what he's collected in the current year, how that's comparing to his budget, and we look at any big outstanding projects that we see upcoming in the future. So in talking with Pat, we're not seeing some of these larger projects like a hockey arena or large dorms. So we're not seeing any of these large projects, and those would usually bump up the revenue to, for example, an FY23 level where you have 2.5 million, FY21 level where you have 2.2 million. You know, FY22, that's when, relative to today, interest rates were lower at that point. And, you know, you see a revenue of 1.8 million. So I thought that overall in the budget, there was some more aggressive revenue being budgeted. And I think based on what we had collected in the current period and the projects that we were expecting and the interest rates, our expectations that those would remain to be relatively high, I thought it was appropriate.
There is a large kind of gloomy, awful looking building being built on Black Rock Turnpike that you may know about. So I'm guessing that we're not close to a building permit yet on that building, but it's fairly significantly sized.
Well, Pat could speak to the timing, but it's usually an issue of timing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I understand you had to weigh it out. I got it. Just quick on the expense side, on line 53,200, fees and professional services are going up 164.47%, an increase of, in essence, close to $5,000, 4934. How and why would that line have that kind of an increase?
So I'll talk on the piece that I know, and then I think Pat may be able to fill in, or I could look in my backup here. But one of the pieces there is that we're part of MetroCog. And every few years they do a flyover, and you know, with the plane, and they update some maps, and that gets spread over multiple departments. So I think part of that is being held in this fees and professional services account, and I think it was, you know, around $1,000 per department. So that leaves you around 3,934. And I'll see if Pat can add anything on that. Otherwise, I could look at my backup to see what else I have, because I don't remember off the top of my head.
I believe one of our other expenses that we have is our laser fiche as well, and I think that's around 30-something $100, I believe, that we distribute between several departments as well.
Yeah, okay, I understand. It just, Frank, if you look at the previous years, this is a total anomaly this year. I mean, the previous years, you know, with the exception of the fiscal year 21 actual, which is perhaps more in line with at least what we're approaching this year. But every year after fiscal year 21 is, you know, you've got expenditures 2520, 2165, a budget for fiscal year 24 of 12,500. No, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong line. So it's 2520, 2165, 3,000 in the fiscal year 24 budget, up to 7934 in this budget. So you know, I understand that there's some deviation, but that's not, you know, congruent to the last, like, let's say 3 years, not even really close.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, it's not really a true increase because we did offset one of the lines by about $8,600.
I see it. Okay. I got you. Okay.
So, you know, just in that line, it appears to be large, but there is an offset there.
I got you. Okay. I understand. All right. Thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. Mr. Matola.
Just going back quickly to the revenue. So we budgeted $2,100,000 for 24. Where are we trending right now in the revenue for this year? Are we going to be below that or right there or above? Or?
So I'll look that
If
up
you
in
know.
Munis, or unless you know.
I think as of, and it could not be exact,
That's all right.
as our 6-month period, we were on schedule
Okay.
to meet our goals. Things are coming in, and I understand that it is a frustrating thing, but in our department, with the building the way it's been, interest rates they are, you know,
Yeah, I
we
get
look for
that.
these big projects, and we are real aggressive with our permit fees to keep them up in line. But I have a good feeling we're staying on our budget, and we're meeting where we're supposed to be as of right now.
All right. Can you just, Frank, put it in the Google sheet? You don't have to look it up now. And then, so interest rates are pretty high now. We're going to meet our budget goal, at least we think, for FY24. And just is just me throwing this out there, and we can talk about this at the appropriate time when we're voting on this. I think there might be some room. This is just me. We can talk about it with respect to maybe slightly increasing the revenue for FY25. Just a thought, and because I think we are. You do say so in the paragraph, even though it's who knows what's going to happen. But there is at least a thought that interest rates at some point are going to be cut next year, so fiscal year. So just throwing that out there, but thank you for all your work on this.
Thank you, Mr. Matola. Ms. Ruggiero?
Hi, how are you, Pat? You had mentioned with this 200,000 decrease on revenue that the two big projects that we, I guess, have in the forecast for this year are Porsche and Genesis. And then last year, the bigger projects were the dorms and the hockey rink. How much was the revenue associated with the dorms and the hockey rink versus the Porsche and Genesis?
I give up. The dorms, I would imagine, and I can get the exact numbers. Those are quite substantially larger projects in the essence of, you know, close to a $30 million project. Genesis is not going to be to that extent. And a lot of these projects, they start over a period of time. Like, for instance, we could take the building permit in one quarter, 1 year, and then all the mechanicals. So we don't get, and that's why it is a hard thing to read, this revenue. It's kind of like, believe me, I wish I could say exactly. I do a lot of talking to all our colleges and all these people. We're trying to get these permits out as fast as we can to get them started. We have a lot of big residential things that are going on. But you know, with the colleges, they get a little, where they pull back a little bit. I mean, building on almost every piece of ground they have. We don't see a lot of new dorms coming in. I do speak to them on a monthly basis, just to see kind of where we are. And I do follow up with these numbers to try to make sure. And again, it's one of those things where we have to kind of like try to justify or try to just see where we're at in the building trades. Sometimes it's real aggressive, and sometimes people get nervous and they back up. And, this is how I feel. I feel comfortable with our numbers, and, we will do everything we can to try to make it to go over. But I would rather look at honestly and say, this is where I feel. And could I be wrong? Of course I could. It's one of those ways we don't know.
So with the dorms and the hockey rink, are they already done? And that's already been recognized in this year's revenue? So that's already closed already, correct?
Yes, those jobs are completed. They are, hockey rink's been done. That was in last year. The dorms we just completed. So all those permits there are miscellaneous, smaller jobs. There's some big residential projects that are coming in. And I'm comfortable we're going to be at our goal or right in that area. And, hopefully we hope for the best, that interest rates are going to come down. People are going to start to really do those projects that they want to do. We see a lot of smaller things, and a lot of the smaller jobs add up. People do a lot of additions, and you can do multiple ones of those and they add up to the same. And that's what we're starting to see.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ruggiero. Any other questions on this budget? Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate you being here. All right, so with that, we will move on to Department 6070, Solid Waste and Recycling. And that starts in the budget book on page 199, which is the revenue portion of the budget. So welcome, Mr. Marsilio, Mr. Cattell. Good to see you guys. And we'll turn this over to you to take us through the highlights.
Good evening. Good to see you again. So I'm John Marsilio. I'm the interim EPW director. This is John Cotel. He's the permanent deputy director. We're here to present at this time the solid waste and recycling budget. And if, Madam Chairwoman, if you would like to start with the revenues.
Yes, please. Why don't we start with revenues and go through that? And then I'll leave it up to you if it makes sense to pause after revenues for question, or if you think it makes more sense to go through the revenue and expense side. If they interrelate, we can do questions after you're done with both. So take your lead on that.
Have to be pushed down all the time?
Yes.
Okay. I will let John Cotel begin to speak about the revenues, and I can fill in the gaps of those portions of the revenue that I was more involved with than he was.
Good evening. So on the revenue page, there's really three major increases on the revenue side. First one is the scale lane. That's attributed to an expected increase of tip fees that will begin in July. The other one, and that's for items that are MSW going into the hopper and going over the scale. The other ones are the bulky waste. Has an increase This is basically demolition debris, stuff that can't be burned. And the third major one is your facility use, which kind of reflects about $1 increase from $6 to a $7 per automobile that brings things in. We do about 50,000 vehicle autos on a year. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay. Mr. Walsh.
Mr. Cattell, is the, those three areas that you raised of increases in revenues, are those all based on fees going up, or is it based on volume going up, or both, some combination of both?
It's basically on fees going up, and in fact, our MSW is calculated on both the expense side and on the revenue side as being a decrease of 2,000 tons. We normally had budgeted 33,000 tons a year. I'm expecting to be about 31,000 next year in MSW. So that kind of helped offset some of the increase in the revenue costs by that deduction of 2,000 tons, which reflects almost $190,000. But it's overcompensated by the increase in tip fees.
Okay, thank you. Are you okay with that answer, Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about something else, but somebody else can go if they have another question in regards to revenues.
Thank you. Mr. Curley?
Do you want to go, John? Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I've got a few. I appreciate the point regarding the increase in rates. So I understand that. Just wanted to ask about the fifth line down with respect to metal. It looks like the 76 is flat to actuals from 2023, but below this year's budget and below the prior 2 years actuals. So is that a volume reduction, or is that what's going on there?
Market price of metal being down.
Okay. All right. That's my question. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rotolo?
So this may sound like a weird question, but all right, town dump scale weighing. So are we allowed to like market our facility and invite haulers to come and dump their waste in Fairfield so we can earn money? How does that whole thing work? Or are we limited with respect to what we can do? And could someone from that you've never heard of just pull up and say, I want to dump this load here, or do they have to be registered with us? How does all that work?
So anyone who uses our facility has to be licensed. They have to have their vehicles inspected. We inspect them. They have to pay a fee. They have to indicate their insurance levels and then establish an account. And then we'll let them come in and tip. But I couldn't think of any reason why we'd want to invite anybody else into this facility.
That's fine. I just didn't know whether it's a way to generate more revenue, but you don't want more people, more customers because you just capacity or.
John, we lose so much money at this facility.
Okay.
Every ton we bring in is a loser.
Madam Chair.
Why is it a loser? Just explain just a little bit with respect to that. Is it the recycling and all that stuff?
It is, it actually is the tipping fees that we charge versus what our expenditures are.
Okay. Our fees are too low?
Our fees were too low.
All right.
This year, we're raising our fees from $70.50 to $85. Actually, we're raising our fees from $85 to $110 for the haulers, residential fees, and $10 more for commercial fees.
Okay.
But this year, we're going to lose $1,850,000.
This current year.
This current year.
How much are we going to lose next year if we,
Well,
even with the increase?
We increase the tipping rate, and we'll only lose $1,460,000 next year.
So are our fees just, they're competitive with surrounding municipalities? So it's not like, we're right there with everyone else, correct? Okay. All right. Well, is there any way we can break even on this, or is that not possible?
Look, we're going to raise fees on residential haulers. They're going to raise it on the residents. So we have to temper what we do here so that that doesn't happen.
It's a service we're providing for
Correct.
people. Let's think of it that way.
But we can't eat all of it.
I get it.
That's not prudent.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mottola. Is that Mr. Walsh?
Yes. So, Mr. Marsilio, I understand what you just said to the questions by Mr. Mottola. My question is, why don't we price ourselves out till it's market? Because at some point, those haulers will just bring it to Bridgeport, right? Where it's cheaper. I mean, they might charge a little bit for the gas, but they're just not going to pay the Fairfield fee for the dump it. They'll just bring it to Bridgeport where it's cheaper and let them lose the money, not let us lose the money.
How long would it be until Bridgeport said no?
I don't know.
But look,
Ride it out to West, then we go to
We-
Westport.
we are part of a consortium and have been since 1988. I have been involved with this consortium since the inception of this plant. And it used to be 18 strong communities. Now we're down to 12. Some have gone up to the Danbury group, and some have made their own arrangements to haul their trash out of state and into landfills. So we have pledged to one another that we'll all take care of our own and we'll deliver all that we have in the same fashion we always have. Bridgeport is part of our consortium, John. You're very familiar with that, and you could talk to Ken about that because he's your representative on the group. So that would be dirty pool, and I wouldn't want to. I certainly wouldn't advocate spearheading that. That's really all I have to say about that. That's just what the economics are right now in this.
Okay, but if I want to follow up on that, then why did it take so long to get the increase? Because that means that other people were taking advantage of us, and that in your consortium, members were probably taking advantage of it because we were significantly lower. And I've heard that. I've heard there's people from Bridgeport who used to come to Fairfield to do a lot of dumping,
Yeah,
and especially toxic waste a couple of years ago.
listen, trash haulers are a unique breed of people. You know, they'll go to the lowest cost. Now, I'll tell you this, I misspoke before, this has just occurred to me. The town of Trumbull doesn't have a tipping fee. They charge $0. Now, understand this, that transfer station that I ran there for 10 years also accommodates Easton and Monroe, who do have tipping fees. So those trucks would go into the town of Trumbull transfer station, and they would say, this is Trumbull waste. And another one would come in and say, this is Monroe waste. And they would get charged to Monroe, tipping fee, $100 some odd, and then same with Easton. Do you think we really went through those truckloads and tried to find envelopes and see where that trash came from? How many tons of trash would go into Trumbull, claimed to be Trumbull waste, where they paid no tipping fee on it? It's impossible, you know, and I advocated for employing a tipping fee, and they still haven't. And it costs them a bundle of money every year. And it's the same size transfer station as this. It's 30,000 tons a year, but there's 3 people who use it, and it was just nightmarish. So if I were Bridgeport, I'd be going up Route 8, 25, and I'd be going to Trumbull and saying, this is Trumbull waste. But
Mr. Curley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Is the commentary correct where it says that our fees have not changed since 2014, 2015?
Yes.
Because my recollection from the last couple of budget cycles was that on the expense side, that we were being charged more. But was there a specific reason why we hadn't tried to match those increases over the last 10 years?
I can't speak for the people that were here before John and myself. When we got here, I've been here now just short of 3 years. Done a thorough investigation and analysis of what the fees are, what generates the tonnages for what certain categories, whether it's residential and commercial. And that's why with the 22% increase in tip fee from Wheelabrator, it was like, we just can't keep doing this.
Understood. Thank you. And are the tipping fees and charges for regular waste versus recycling combined on the same line here? Do you have a sense as to what the split is on the breaking out recycling?
Give me a second.
And while you're looking that up, the reason I ask is because, you know, we did talk about we're providing a service, right? But and to the extent that recycling is somewhat of a state mandate, I get that. But I do like the idea of potentially trying to break even where it makes sense, or at least trying to minimize the deficit, right?
We charge 0 tipping fee for recycling. You know
Right.
that.
That's my
Okay.
point. Yeah, that's my point.
Recycling costs us more to dispose of than MSW.
Right. You had mentioned that last year that it almost flipped from years ago. We were getting paid for it, and now we're getting charged for it, right?
Correct. So that's like the Trumbull model. People pull in, say, I got recycling, and you see a little bag on the top, and then underneath there's MSW, and they go and dispose of it up above. But I don't see that changing in the foreseeable future. In my heart, I wish it would. I wish the commodity market would reflect a dollar amount that would encourage people to recycle, but it doesn't. So that just has to remain the way it is. That's our whole group. No one has implemented a tipping fee for recycling. So for you to know, he's going to need the exact numbers. I know in my head what the numbers are. It's 31,000 tons for MSW, and it's 5,500 tons for recycling. So that's the split.
Mr. Curley, does that answer your question?
No, I can bring it to a little more heads into what it is. So we have a line in our expenses, and that line is fees and pros. And that line is $3,979,000 and change. Of that amount, $3,189,000 and change is to get rid of just MSW. To get rid of the recycling, that's $704,000. And then $65,000 for hazardous waste. So when you put that all together, that makes up almost the whole thing except for about $20,000, which are other minor items.
Right. So thank you for that. That actually gives me a lot of comfort, because if I compare the scale weighing line items and specifically look at the fees and professional services line on the expense side, just to look at those two line items netted together. In the prior year budget, we had a $1.2 million deficit, but with the increase in revenue that you're proposing, that closes the deficit to roughly 800,000. So to me, that says that deficit is almost 100% related to recycling. And to me, that's a really good story. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. Mr. Stark?
You probably know we had the results of the internal audit report in here last week. And before I ask about that, it might be helpful if you could tell us either in dollars or by weight, how much stuff arrives at the transfer station from professional haulers versus like local residents dropping stuff off.
So we have two different type of haulers that are what you call professional, that are garbage trucks or recycling trucks or whatever. Garbage, MSW trucks. So you have MSW trucks that are picking up the residential tonnage. And that's approximately 18,500 tons. We have commercial haulers that are bringing from commercial accounts. No, it's actually less. It's 8,400 tons. And then you have the residents that are bringing in with the cars. And that's, hold on, I got that one right here. Transfer station. Here's my 7. That's probably about 1,100 tons total. So your residents aren't really bringing in.
They're like 3%.
Yeah, it's a small amount.
The internal audit report, as I'm sure you know, suggests that you check the receipts. But, you know, I would guess that since the household, the cars that come in are only like 3% of the actual flow, checking the receipts wouldn't make much revenue impact. It's unlikely you're losing much revenue there, right? But with the professional guys, do you feel like you might be losing revenue there by not checking, or is it just, you know?
Well, I can tell you that any professional or commercial truck and vehicle that goes into that transfer station is checked and double checked. The receipt that you talk about is the registered receipt that a resident would get when they pay their $6. And we just spot check that. And we have 13 cameras. John's desk has a full wide-bodied screen that he can tell what your license plate number is, what your car is. He could tell what your DNA is. I mean, this is pretty sophisticated. And we're very, very vigilant. And we have a system in place, accounting system in place to check and double check, a redundant system on the commercial haulers, which is obviously the bulk of all of this. And so that would be all I would say about, our vigilance and our operational efforts to ensure that there is no leakage. And in all the time that I've been here, we haven't identified any leakage.
Okay, thank you. Are you set, Mr. Stark?
I am.
Okay. Yeah, I think, and that's probably a bigger topic that we'll get back to outside of the budget at another time, but as long as we're on the topic of that audit, I think it may have been Mr. Walsh that asked a question when we were talking to internal audit about, the collections from the haulers and, were they current? And after that meeting, we received an aging report from the administration, which indicated that the vast majority of those haulers' receivables were past due to us, some significantly past 120 days. So I was just wondering, in the context of your budget, who's responsible for collections and making sure that the town is getting paid on a timely basis? The aging only went up to 120 days, so it wasn't possible to tell how past due some of that old stuff was, but who is actually in charge of following up and making collection calls to these guys?
So I don't know when you received your aging report.
It was about a week ago.
Okay. So when I saw that report, quite frankly, I was stunned because I know those vendors. I know All American Waste and I know City Carding. They pay their bills before they get them sometimes. And we did a deep dive immediately this past week and late last week into what happened here. So what we discovered was that report is just grossly inaccurate, and I'll have us generate another one as soon as Betty can finally get her arms around this. And I'll tell you, the genesis of it was that last July 1st, for the first time in 35 years, we decided to implement a interest penalty on past due accounts, 30 days and over. We have a software system at our scale called PC Scale. Dave Kelly and our IT department, Betty and a couple other people worked for a month to get this to work. And it is still inaccurate. PC Scales generates the bills that go to these people. They were getting bills that had interest after they had paid the bills. This thing, don't know how it got like this. I don't know why. PC Scale is a software that's used all across this country. It just won't work for us. So we're going to do something about it, but I can tell you today I saw on my desk a $52,000 check from one of these vendors who just wasn't getting billed. And it was all because of the interest, which had never been charged, going into the system, and somehow it just fouled everything up. So we're on the case. These are, for the most part, these are very, very strong vendors, have always paid their bills. Some of the numbers were inaccurate. Some of the numbers were incorrect. Obviously, if you pay your bills every month, you're not going to, and you're charging $30,000 a month, you're not going to pay back interest when you know you don't owe it. So look, we have my administrative assistant trying to implement a system based on a software that has been in place for many, many, many years. And somehow it's not working out. And so we just got to work at this. We've had personal conversations with these vendors. Whatever they owe, they want to pay. They don't want to pay interest that they shouldn't pay. And so it's going to take a lot of time to undo this. And it was all because we changed the format and decided we're not going to let them get away with not paying interest. And so here we are. Sorry.
Okay, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole with this. I'm just going to put a couple of follow-up questions on this in the Google Sheet so that you can get some more information to the board, I guess. But one question: who was responsible for implementing this new system? And when we do something like that, isn't your department involved in testing and making sure that it's right? Like, I don't think I got an answer to my first question. Who's actually responsible for following up on collections with haulers? Is that the administrative assistant? And how did someone not realize that, the new billing system wasn't working, or it was inaccurate, or it was showing past due amounts that weren't really past due?
Well, My administrative assistant is the one who oversees that.
Okay, so like I said, I don't want to, we have a lot to get through tonight, and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole with this, or, and I'm not trying to catch anybody off guard with unanticipated questions, but I think the question is, and I don't remember what the aging report looked like, but if it's really that inaccurate and everything is current, then you should expect to see about a month's worth of receivables in terms of dollars on it. So I'd just be interested to know if we're saying that receivables are sitting in the wrong column in terms of their age, then they should still add up to, a month's worth of income if they're truly current. So, I just want to follow up on that, which I'll put in the sheet for Frank to follow up with us. And also, when I hear stuff like this, it just makes me wonder, what our process is. When we're putting in new tools in place and we're spending money to upgrade systems, if we're ending up in a situation where they're not tested properly and they're not working, hopefully it doesn't take an audit to figure that out. You would think the users are seeing something go wrong. So I would just like to understand how that works, just to make sure that as we move forward, Mr. Gerber has talked about some of his initiatives, and a lot of them involve technology solutions going forward. And seems to me like we don't, want this to happen elsewhere if we're implementing new tools. So I'll put those questions in the sheet to follow up on, including the ones about the receivables. But it would, I'm glad to hear that from your perspective, these guys are paying us on time. All right. So questions, Mr. Mottola, or I'm sorry, Mr. Penley, is that you?
So this, from the beginning, sorry, because this is the first time I've ever even read about how this whole process works. But my question is kind of back to the beginning. How does the participation in this consortium, which I gather is where us and a few different municipalities are all taking our trash to this one facility for processing, how does that relate back to how we set our weighing fees? And are we bound by, because you said something that I because I'm not familiar with it, couldn't really parse the meaning. You said we all agree to take care of our own. You said something to that effect, but I don't understand what that means. Could you just?
Each town sets their own tipping fee rate. And we have a commitment in our contractually to the fee that we've contracted to with Win Waste, which is the vendor in Bridgeport. That's where all the waste ends up. So there's a threshold we have to meet, and every town commits to bringing all of their waste to that location. So that is the extent of our obligation, and it's there's incentives to bring more if you can bring another town or two in, which we're trying to do. But
and so you were just saying that the real reticence to increase the weighing, what we charge people, is just that it gets passed on to citizens. Yeah. And then the recycling, we can't charge for it because
you could charge for recycling if you want. I mean, you could. This is just a new event, Two things. This one thing I have to say, excuse me for this, but there were aging accounts, Madam Chairwoman, here in this town for 35 years that nobody had to pay a penny for, and they used the town as a bank.
Mm-hmm.
We discovered that happening, and we attempted to employ a system that would assess these fees legitimately. Now, my administrative assistant is not an accountant. She's not an IT person. Neither am I. We did this in concert with the CFO last July, And that's how it turned out. It did not turn out well. There's nothing nefarious here. There's maybe a level of inability to address this. It might have been too ambitious for the staff on hand, but in my mind, that should be a finance function. When you're talking about those kinds of revenues, those kinds of issues, we tried to do it. It didn't work out. I would recommend you turn it over to the finance department.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Well, let me just say, I want to get to Ms. Ruggiero. I'm not in any way suggesting there's anything nefarious here. What I'm trying to understand, candidly, is we're looking at a budget here, and I'm trying to understand if we have resources in place to look at these things, to follow up with people who owe us money, and who are responsible for things like making sure that our tools and our systems work properly. I can't comment on whether responsibility for collections belongs in your department or in finance, but it belongs somewhere, obviously. And so part of what we're trying to evaluate here is not just picking at, every line item and trying to figure out why your supplies went up $2,000, but, do we have the right resources, enough resources to protect the town so we're not losing money where we shouldn't be losing it? So that's why I'm asking. And as far as the tools go, I do think, I'll just say, as far as putting systems in, it's never just a finance responsibility. It's always the responsibility of the department who uses the tools to have a role in testing and making sure they're working properly. So it's just an area where I think we can probably improve across the board going forward. And I'm not trying to take a shot at your department. I'm just trying to evaluate whether we've got the right resources in the budget. So I'll leave it at that. Ms. Ruggiero?
Hi. I have a great appreciation for what you guys do. I just want to say thank you. I come from a family of sanitation, so this is very near and dear to my heart. Just a very quick question. This is my first time through the budget on the Board of Finance, and I just want to understand when you talked about the overall, I guess, profit margin, or shall I say profit loss, am I looking at it correctly when I just take the budget and take the revenue and minus the expenses, and that gives me how this department is performing?
Good do is take the expenses and minus the revenues.
That gets me my loss.
Yes.
The correlating fee, I guess, when you bring in more sanitation and we're taking this loss, is the expense picked up in the fees and professional services line? Is that where I'd see it for the cost of getting then rid of it?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I was looking at it correctly. Thank you.
Ms. Charlotte, Jim, do you mind, just want to dovetail one quick question on Ms. Ruggiero's. On that line, Bucky, 53,200, Frank, is it similar where you're averaging out the increase to the fee and professional services for the 235,000? Is that?
No, John has very detailed schedules for how he budgets fees and professional services. So he could probably, or he may have it there, or he could get it to you exactly what gets you to that.
If you
get
can
a
send that
chance,
to
I
us.
just, yeah.
Can
that'd
you,
be great.
can you
Thank
put that
Thank-
actually as an
Thanks, Jen.
attachment to the Google Sheet? I think I had asked for that last year, but if you can attach that for the board, that'd be helpful.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, Jack. Were you
I
set?
was done. I interrupted Mr. Walsh, so I'm
Okay,
apologizing
thanks.
to him.
All right, go ahead, Jim.
Like you, Madam Chairwoman, I just wanted to ask one question in regards to the audit that should be quick. Mr. Marsili, what is your opinion and how would you feel if we went to an all cash system down at the, for payments, not for commercial, but for like the public and things like that at this scale station? All cash. I mean, all credit,
cash?
I'm sorry, no cash, a no cash system. Because we talked about that at this board about a week ago.
Well, so, I mean, I've always been a proponent of that. I think it solves 90% of the issues, but maybe 100% of the issues that come up with handling cash and vulnerability of having cash in the scale house. And it's been discussed, I think, in some of these finance meetings in the past. And so, you know, I would endorse it. I know the first selectman is in favor of it, and I think it ought to be adopted.
Great. Well, the first selectman was before us a couple of nights ago, and he endorsed it as well. What's preventing it from happening by July 1st for the new year? Can it be done by July 1st?
It could be done next week.
Let's do it. Bill, what's your thought on how long is that going to take to happen? I mean, this seems like a very simple cure
Well, I
to
think
a lot of things that were in the audit.
Yeah, you have to promulgate that. There has to be some.
Yeah, notice to the public.
Yeah, there has to be notice to the public.
Yeah.
I was planning on investigating like a stored card system where there'd be a couple put up around town. But really, since we just talked about this last week, I haven't investigated that yet. I think there probably will be some people that use the dump that don't have credit cards. So I want to make sure there's a way for them to do it. But
there are great ways to get cards, reload them on the internet and all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That would be awesome.
It shouldn't really take that long.
I don't think so.
No, and I think it'll take people a little while to get used to. You can put signs up in advance saying a specific date when it's going to go into effect. And I will tell you, my experience has been even after like your past January 1st without your new sticker for the first month, they tell you, we're going to let you go through, but we just remind you to go get your sticker. Something like that where we had a period of time of 4 to 8 weeks where we rolled it in and then just ended cash at a certain date.
I think there are a number of things that there was resistance to because, some people, we're used to the old ways, and just for the sake of our taxes and our internal controls, we're just going to have to bite the bullet and get it done.
Yeah, unfortunately, change is sometimes difficult, but has to be put into place.
Thank you.
Marcelia, thank you for that. And I just have one last question right now. Number one, can you explain as quickly as you can recycling in regards to the plastics that we pay to have shipped up to Shelton, I think it is, correct? It's all one source. So everything goes up there, right?
Right.
Every single newspaper, everything goes up there, glass, metal. It gets separated, correct?
Yes.
And there's commodity price on everything that probably adjusts pretty frequently, right?
For us, it adjusts every quarter, but it really adjusts itself every day. It's like the stock market.
Okay, so let's talk about plastics. Because what got me last year was when we talked about, and you said a lot of the plastic, or most of it, if not, I thought all, but I think there's been some adjustment on that, would go up there, get separated out, and then just be shipped again. Diesel trucks pumping fumes into the air, back out of Shelton, all the way back down to Willebrator to be burned because there's no market for it at all. But I asked you just in passing one day, it's like, is that still the case? You said that there are some plastics that they take. You told me that the very thick plastics that detergents go into, like a gallon of detergent. For some reason, there's a market for that whatever number plastic that is.
It's not only plastic. People get a warm and fuzzy feeling when they recycle, and I'll try to keep this brief, but I talk a lot about this stuff to a lot of groups. But it's glass, it's cardboard, it's a whole array of things. Your pizza box, if it has cheese on the top, no good. Your ketchup bottle, if it hasn't been washed, forget it, that's contaminated. Peanut butter jar, same thing. There's 3 for sure plastics that have value. If you look at the bottom of your plastic container, if it has a number on it, 1, 2, or 7, that's gold. That we get money for. Your little water bottles, these flimsy things, they're virtually worthless. Glass is a negative value. couple other items in there are negative value, but when you double load of recyclables and they start picking the stuff out and they start throwing things to one side that they can't recycle, that's not recyclable, presently, we've got it down now to about 30%. Goes back into a truck and goes to the wheelbrader and gets burned. It was close to 50%. And we were able to change that because we have monitors now up above telling people, no, you can't put your recyclables in that white plastic bag that comes out of your basket in your home. That makes everything rejected in that bag. And that goes back to wheelbrader, even if there are recyclables in it. So some cans, aluminum, they love. Aluminum is a great moneymaker. There's just not enough volume there of those things. So all in all, right now, our tipping fee for recyclables at the tipping floor is $100 a ton. And it costs us $28 a ton to get it there, haul it there. So it's costing us also almost $130 to take a ton of recyclables to the MRF, they call it, the Municipal Recycling Facility. Costs us about $105 for MSW.
And how much do you get back, like out of that $130 that goes up there?
Nothing.
Zero. Okay. That's the reduced rate. That's after we get our aluminum can like credit and, 1, 2, and 7 plastic credit. After all those credits and maybe newspaper at certain times, if it's the commodity's high enough, do we get any credit? Is that any of that in the revenue?
It's complicated.
Okay.
We have what we call an average revenue, and everything that is in that load
Yes.
has a value.
Gotcha.
Positive, negative. Right now, and believe me, I used to get $35 a ton at one time because paper had value, cardboard had more value. Now, the average positive, negative of all of that is a negative $100, and that's what we're paying.
Not a good business model.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Other questions from the board?
No, we're good.
Okay, so I just have one more, and I know, Mr. Marsilio, you love questions about audits, but I have to ask this one. And the reason I'm asking, and trust me, I don't like suggesting that we ought to be adding money to anybody's budget, but we did get one audit report, which I guess the audit was completed last October, November, and this just got issued. We just had a report to our board, and it related to invoices that were looked at for these contracted property services accounts. And you probably remember this, and if you don't, we can have a follow-up discussion on it. I'll put the numbers I'll put the question in the sheet, but just broadly, what this showed was that there were a bunch of errors in invoices that were approved. And in a couple of cases, we had overpaid vendors somewhat significantly. And, there were a high proportion of errors, and the dollars involved were not insignificant if you were to sort of extrapolate them out to the total dollars we pay. And the reason I'm asking about this is because the recommendation in the audit report is that, and I'll just read it quickly. It said it's recommended that the Department of Public Works assign one person to be a contract manager within the department who's responsible for reviewing and cross-referencing invoices to bid awards to ensure the correct pricing is reflected on them. This will ensure the town is paying the correct amounts owed to the vendor. And there were some other issues other than overpayments. There were, old bids. We were paying amounts that had no pricing schedules at all, or, no evidence of any contracts with the vendors, things like that. So seems like this goes back a long way and there's a lot of legacy stuff in here. But the recommendation is that we hire a person to do this work, and to make sure we're paying invoices correctly. And this recommendation, and I don't see that in your being added in your budget, which is why I'm asking. This same recommendation actually was included in the DPW audit report 4 years ago. And so this board approved a budget position to cover that role. And that budget position eventually, upon the recommendation of our former CFO, got moved into finance, and it morphed into doing something else. It morphed into a financial analyst. So we never actually got anyone to do this job based on the old audit report and now this one. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on this. And again, trying to understand who is responsible for reviewing this stuff and ensuring that we're paying vendors correctly, and what your thoughts are on this recommendation, and how we're going to address this.
Ms. Charlton, are we doing this tonight? I thought this was a budget meeting.
It is a budget meeting,
I
Jack.
thought we had a whole separate night set aside to.
Jack, I don't know if you heard
internal
my
audit.
question. My
So it's a point of
question
order.
is,
Then I'm calling a point of order, because this has nothing to do with the budget.
it has everything to do with the budget, Jack.
It's about an internal audit report.
No,
We had a whole,
Jack.
we had a whole night separately set aside to review the internal audits. So if you want to turn it into an internal audit report, great. Let's
Madam
do that.
Chairman, can I answer that question?
Well, first I want to make the point, because I don't know if Mr. Testani's listening to my question. The recommendation is to put a
Listen,
position.
all I know is we're talking
in-
about an internal audit.
No,
That's all I
It's-
know.
this was
no.
a request by.
Jack,
by
the recommendation is to put a position in the budget. We don't have a position in the budget, and so I'm asking why we don't, or if not, how we're going to address this.
You might want to add it to the budget. That's the question, Jeff.
That's the question. Mr. Gerber, did you have a
May I
point to make?
answer this?
Yes.
I mean, I can start and Frank can pick it up, and David. But this was a request of Mr. Marsilio to add a person. And we had a long discussion with Mr. Toolin, head of purchasing. We felt that hiring a person for DPW didn't make a ton of sense, because then would we hire a person for Parks and Rec? Would we hire a person for, every department? We'd like to centralize. First of all, we don't have a contract management system. We'd like to implement a contract management system, and make sure that our purchasing system is more functional than it currently is. And then assess possibly adding a person if we need to. But part of the problem is we don't have a contract management system in place. So if we did, it would probably solve a lot of these problems.
Okay, thank you. That makes a lot of sense to me, but can I just, and I hear that, but is there anywhere in the budget that we have contemplated funds, or are we planning on not addressing this in the budget until fiscal 2016?
I can follow up on the first selectman's response. So as he said, Mr. Marsilio had brought this in. And one thing that I would like to point out is that as part of the backup he provided, I read the audit, and I think it identified 2 invoices. There were other findings, but there were 2 invoices. I think the amount was about $36,000. If you read about one of the invoices, to me, it was really a matter of an accounts payable issue, because it was just that an invoice was double paid. It's nothing that a contract manager would have caught. And that was $30,000 of the $36,000. So I think the amount here that relates to the contract manager is about $6,000. And then what I also hadn't seen in the audit was, what was the sample size? Was it 6,000 out of $1 million? Well, if it's 6,000 out of $1 million, and the budget's only $10 million, then we're only talking about $60,000, whereas the contract manager position would be about $200,000 with fringe.
So
So
I
the
think,
thought was
Frank, To answer your question,
I just want to finish my thought.
I just want to answer your question. According to Connie, it was about a 4% error rate in what she looked at, just so you know. So that's a lot of money, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't, I didn't see that there, so, but just continuing, the thought was when we talked to Mr. Marsilio is that Munis does have a contract management module, and there are funds in the IT budget, in the IT software budget, in information technology for some sort of Munis implementation of that module. So the thought was rather than going, directly to a person, let's look at the contract module, and also Adam's department has been understaffed and some of the contract management falls within his purview also. So the thought was, well, he's fully staffed now. As of about 2 months ago, he has all the buyers that he needs. And for the contract management module, that's something that Munis has and that would need to be implemented. But we have to also weigh it with the capital projects module that we're implementing. And, you said it when you spoke about the invoicing that Mr. Marsilio tried to, talked about implementing. To do these things, we want to make sure we do them right. If we don't do them right, then things get missed, and then it's taxpayer money that we're talking about. So all those things, I thought, in consultation with the first selectman, I thought made it appropriate to, it's not that we're doing nothing. It's just that we're taking an incremental approach, looking at the software first, and then if need be, we'll hire a person.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So first of all, for Mr. Marsilio, thank you for bringing this forward in the budget. I'm happy to hear you did that. I also appreciate Mr. Gerber's comments and yours, Frank, that, this is not just a DPW issue. It goes across departments. And frankly, I'm not sure how the Board of Ed manages this stuff either. But I still, and having a comprehensive solution sounds right. But are we gonna get a mid-year request then for more money to do this? Is this a capital item in terms of people? I'm just, because I don't think it's in the budget. Do we need money for a Band-Aid in the meantime? I just want to make sure that we have the resources we need to address this. And that's really my question.
I can say from working on some of the capital management stuff is that this would probably require like an implementation team at Munis. We pay for the module, I'm pretty sure. So there wouldn't be any upfront costs there. It would just be a matter of implementing, and based on estimates, not firm because our contact at Munis is working on that. I'd assume it'd be about $10,000 to $15,000. And when we added money into Dave Kelly's software budget, we had $30,000 in there. So if you assume about $15,000 for capital, $15,000 for this, that'd get you to about the $30,000. But if we needed more money, then we'd either have to find it somewhere or we would have to request it.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're confident that we have the money in the budget, that we own the software, we have the money in the budget to do an implementation. It remains to be seen whether we need people. Sounds like we might, or a person, but if we do need that, it's not in this budget, and you would have to come back to us at some point before next year. Am I hearing all that right?
Yeah, so I'm confident that with the number as I have the quotes from Munis, but on the capital side, I'm talking to them about, I'm trying to get a firmer number from them, but I believe I'd have it by the time we conclude the process with the Board of Finance. So if there is any additional funds that are needed, I think I can tell everybody what that number may be, and then we can decide what to do, put it in, or have us just come back.
I'm going to have to caveat something Frank said, that we are evaluating these modules in Munis, and we are hoping that they'll be adequate for what we want. We haven't come to the conclusion about their quality yet. So there is a chance that, and we didn't really budget for this, that we might decide that there's another program that these are inadequate. But Munis is, it's pretty tried and true. It's tested, and hopefully they will be the modules that we'll use. there is a chance we would have to come back and say, you know, we want to use a different vendor. Hopefully not.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just don't, you know, don't want the board to be surprised if, you know, a couple months from now, we need to address this and, you know, everyone says, gee, why didn't we talk about this during the budget process? I appreciate the need to take some time to evaluate it. So thank you all for that answer. All right. Mr.
Walsh
Walsh?
has a question.
Yep.
First of all, Madam Chairwoman, I appreciate you bringing this issue up. You know, I haven't had a chance to really study that audit. I'm looking forward to our audit weekend where we review all these audits over that whole weekend in
A
April.
weekend?
With all the stuff we were asking for, it looked like it was going to take maybe 3 days. So
We're going to do it in Mexico, I think.
well, okay, all right. Well, we found out
Put that in the budget, please. Okay?
Board of Ed had $300,000 in there for travel last night. Anyway, but I appreciate you bringing it up. It does sound like the administration at least has taken steps towards in the right direction and are analyzing software systems to see whether that's a potential solution. But whatever it is, I hope that it's global. I hope it's for the whole town on contracted services. We have contracted services all over the place, okay? So it's not just DPW. There's contracted services everywhere. So hopefully it'll be a global solution. And if people are involved, I just want to make sure that we have the right number of people that we would need to hire if it involved more than one person. So I look forward to hearing where we go from here. I hope you will update us, Madam Chairwoman, and get updates, and please let us know how that is going. How long do you think you'll take to get an analysis on the various software packages to be able to choose one by July 1st, or it's going to take longer than that?
Yeah, we'd hope for this one that'd be by July 1. There's a number of them, including capital, that we're trying to implement. One of the things we've learned is some of them are in Munis. So obviously, if we end up even doing a test run or going that route initially, that certainly expedites it. So that's something that we're taking into consideration as well. For instance, the capital, we're discussing that there may be better options, but we already own the Munis option. So let's start loading it in and trying it, because if we can morph into it, then we can solve the problem faster. We're looking at similar approaches for something like this. And I just want to clarify, it's not just DPW, not just contracted services. Really, we're trying to take a holistic approach to this. If it flows through purchasing, we should have a better module to make sure that everything matches up. So you've seen a lot of even just software package things, going through the Board of Selectmen now for this new method of approving contracts. There's a lot that goes and gets done. We want to make sure that everything that flows through this town is entered in and then cross-checked properly in a system. So we want to get it right.
So is this going to involve training by everybody in the town, in every department in town? Or is it just the accounts payable there?
I don't want to speculate. I would have to say, though, that it likely will, in theory, it would affect all the departments, but at different levels. Probably finance and purchasing at the greatest level, and then departments in some capacity.
All right, so rollout seems like it's going to take us towards next year's budget almost. By the time this is all like
having it implemented, having something like that implemented,
chosen, implemented, trained,
fully rolled out, or the beginnings of it being rolled out, might be two different things. But if you've made a major step towards it, so let's say by July 1, then obviously we're already putting ourselves on a better footing. Completely rolled out, I don't want to speculate on that date.
Madam Chair, may I just interject?
Yes, please.
This is all important, and but it's not directly related. I feel like we covered the budget portion of this point, and if we could try and get back to the budget, I think it would help us try and get out of here before midnight.
Agreed. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. And I think we are through this budget, solid waste and recycling. Unless anyone else had any questions on this. So we can move on to 5011, Public Works Administration, which is on page 165 of the budget book.
It's last year's budget with whatever, frankly, Bucky, it's pretty impressive. It's basically flat. I mean, it's, in my mind, that's pretty impressive. Well, I didn't want to give my administrative assistant a raise, but it was in the contract, so.
Try to win the grievance.
So we have these, we don't have salary increases in here, right? That's in contingency. So this is just the step increases or whatever.
Yeah, it's just a step increase, or I think it, let me see. Just looking at the person, but it's a step increase.
Step or longevity or whatever. Okay. Are there any questions on this budget from the board?
It's not on this budget. I just want to ask Frank, you're still going to continue to update us if you added any bits of money for any type of increase to a non-union department head?
Yeah, on the Google sheet, I'm pretty sure I uploaded it, but I uploaded every department head, how much was related to longevity and how much would have been regular.
Okay, thanks.
All right. So if no one has questions there, we'll move to Public Works Operations, which is on page 169. And that 169 is revenue, which is minor. I don't know if there's any comments there that you want to make, Mr. Marsilio. If we're going to move to expenses, that begins on page 170. So I'll leave that to you.
Sorry, Lori, just 42,373. Just yeah, revenue, sorry. Miscellaneous Public Works, it was 0 in the fiscal year budget, 24, back up to what it looks like it's been in other years. I just don't remember why it was 0. What is it? Explain miscellaneous Public Works. I'm sure you probably told us this before.
Majority of the miscellaneous budget is scrap metal that's generated from the DPW garage.
So, John, it would be 0 from the fiscal year 24 budget. Why? It was just no metal, or what happened?
Hey, Jack, the line doesn't make sense. That's all, right? Because it says FY was 24, FY 24 was 0, then 25 it's 13 and change, but then it says 0% change. Right?
Okay, good point,
So
John.
something's going on there.
Yeah,
Might be a typo.
It's just
Yeah, it's just a type.
It's just a typo. Okay.
That the paving program and the sidewalk program are fully funded for, oops, I'm sorry, the sidewalk program and the paving program are fully funded for the year, and that is largely the reason for the overall increase in the budget. Our staffing remains the same, counts remain the same, virtually everything in the budget we've held the line on. And I invite any questions you might have, Madam Chairman and Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Walsh.
Just a couple of items. On the capital outlay, you went down from $400,000 in fiscal year 24 to $180,000. What was the reason you were doing that? Is it just that you didn't need equipment this year? Because the problem that you have there, as you probably know, is you create a cliff for yourself, and next year, if you want to go back up to the 400,000, it's going to be a problem. So, I mean, I don't care whether you want to do that. That's your prerogative, and that's just being honest, I guess, if that's what you plan on buying and you don't need anything else. I'm not telling you to do it. I didn't know whether, you'd been directed that you only had this much money to do it, whether you only needed that much. I'm just trying to get some sense, Mr. Marsilio.
We had major expenditures over the first 3 years.
Yep.
That I was here.
Yep.
This board supported all of them. At that time, I said to you that if you support this program, and I supplied you with the replacement program, a 10-year program, I said you will see over time that this will go down. And the same is true with the CapEx budget and the operating budget. It's, when you stop the bleeding and you can replace what needs to be replaced, what you'll find from me is I'm going to ask you for what I absolutely need. And that way there, I hope you will support these expenditures, because I don't make them without thought. I don't make them idly. This is what we need.
Yep. I get it. And on the personnel, the only change really is on the part-time current. And in your write-up, you're very clear to say that you just moved a part-timer over into, was it the WPCA area or something, or where was it?
Solid waste.
Solid waste and recycling. Okay, so you moved it, that was where the need was. So you just moved that part-timer over. So that made sense. One of the questions I just didn't understand was, you have a position for part-time gatekeeper, and in fiscal year 24, you list one person at $0, and now you list one person at $0. Why don't we just take that position out? Because there's no gatekeeper anymore, right?
Done. I'll take it out.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
didn't know whether there was a reason, like you were holding a union position open, like,
It's not needed.
I just wanted to know. So, okay, so that's out. And this way, really, at the bottom on fiscal year 25, it should say 2 people, correct? The total number of part-time people?
Yes,
For
yeah,
the
that's-
coming budget year should be 2.
Correct.
Okay, great. And I guess last year it should have been 3, because there was nobody there either. All right, so I'll let somebody else ask questions, so I'm not monopolizing it.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Penley?
Thanks. On the, right below the capital outlay, on the asphalt paving, I see it's the same as last year. Is this the line, is this where anything relating to like that new complete streets ordinance would appear? But
I'm sorry. Actually, no. This is the line where maybe you weren't here when we had the presentation of the total town.
yeah, I just joined the board
Okay.
recently. That's why I'm asking all these
So,
naive questions.
maybe 21, we hired an engineering firm to come in and do a professional analysis of all of our roadways. They came back with that analysis. They gave us a program, a 5-year program to address the needs of the town. They prioritized the roads that had to be addressed. They iterated what applications of paving, milling, rebuilding roads, whatever had to be, and we had a beginning a $4.2 million program, and that also you'll see diminish over time to a more moderate level of expenditure. So this is the program for this year in that recommendation from our engineers.
Okay, and you're not expecting to. There's no other expense. There's nothing related to complete streets, and you wouldn't need to ask for. Well, let me ask you: is the expectation that you'll fund that with a grant money?
Well, first of all, this budget incorporates in it a number of elements of complete streets, which are ADA ramps, sidewalk repairs, all of that. Our complete streets program is not defined yet. I don't have a budget. I don't have anything that I could say to you, here's the Complete Streets program and here's what it's going to cost. We're still in the process of developing the manual, identifying the roads that we think can be incorporated and made into Complete Streets. You can talk to our engineer in a minute, who will be sitting next to me. He was in Hoboken, New Jersey last Saturday looking at their Complete Streets programs. We have all of the manuals from all over the state and all over the region. So that's where we are on that. It's not yet born, so I don't have the budget.
Okay, thanks. It was helpful.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Matola, is that you?
Yeah, just real quickly, the contracted property services is up, and that's just, if I'm reading your backup correctly, it's because of you hired some contractors to take care of our trees. There's some issues with the trees. Is that it, John?
Contracted property services are new contracts that went out. Catch basin cleaning, that's going on. That was a new one. These are several contracts that were 3 for 4 years that are
The new
now
contract.
coming in. So you got leaf pickup is a big one, snow gone up, custodial services, refuse, and then trees.
Okay, fair enough. That's all I need. Thanks.
Can I just follow up on John's quickly? Can we get a list of all the vendors that make up contracted services?
They're all outside vendors, right?
I don't.
No, we can get a Google.
No, you can just supply it to
Frank.
Yeah, that'd be great. Just so we can get it on the Google sheet. Great, thank you.
Yeah, so just Frank, I think we already asked for it for the solid waste. So basically any of the DPW departments where that's a big number. Thank you.
Lori asked from the Board of Ed as well. The contracted, so they have a similar
Yeah,
with outside I had asked
Yeah, we're going to get.
the superintendent as well.
yeah, great. Other questions on this budget? Mr. Testani?
Yeah, Bucky, just quick on communication, just curious, that's line 553. I mean, in terms of dollars, it's not a big, just curious why it 13,000 it seems a little other than maybe the 50 grand before, so costing more, what's the reasoning?
A lot of that's also the increases of putting GPSs in more vehicles that we have so we can track them.
So how many GPSs are in how many?
We have
about
almost about 100 almost now.
And how many had this before? This was adding GPS to all of it
Yeah,
in this year's budget?
yeah. And it started with the snowplows. When we would get a complaint that somebody was speeding by their house with a snowplow.
Go for their mailbox?
Now, we could go to the tape and we could tell you how fast they were
Great.
going, where they are,
Yeah.
if they're on the road.
They
whether
hit the
they're-
mailbox.
Right, if they're under a bridge sleeping, we know all that stuff.
So when they call and say no one's been by my house all day, you could say someone's been by 2 times?
Right, at 5 a.m. and then again at 12.
Love it. That's great.
Other questions on this budget? Mr. Walsh?
So, Mr. Marcellio and Mr. Cattell, last night we had the Board of Ed here, and a question came up about what services the town supplies to the Board of Ed, other than the money that we give them in their budget, because we give them all sorts of things, approximately $25 million worth of stuff. Most of it's interest on the buildings that we bond. But one of the issues that came up has now been taken back, at least for this, the superintendent stated that at some point, it doesn't appear to be this year's budget, but at some point, the town, or they made it seem like you or your department had stopped salting their parking lots and I think their sidewalks, but at least the parking lots. Do you know when that was?
Began, not this past, the winter before this.
Okay.
Doing that look, I don't have any objection to helping the Board of Education, you know, but when it conflicts with our efforts to make the town safe, and we've had some funky storms lately where the storm is over, the snow is gone, but there's water on the roadway and it freezes and we have to go out and we have to be sanding the roads so that their school buses can get their kids to school. It became too much of a conflict. So I said, look, the people who plow your lots, have them come, we'll give them the sand. I'll load the sand on them. You distribute the sand, you spread the sand, and you do your sidewalks. I don't think we ever did their sidewalks, but that's what I was willing to do, but I could not commit. Because what happens is, if you don't finish your roads, you can't go and salt their parking lots and you just can't do it. I mean, the roads come first.
So you answered one of the questions. It wasn't this coming year, it was the previous year when it started. And I was going to ask you whether you had a reduction in your budget last year because they say they're paying $225,000 because they use now private people to do that. They use private contracted services to do their driveways now, right? To put sand and stuff on. They don't? So anyway, bottom line is your budget didn't go down on sand or salt because you allow these private contractors to come down to wherever you store the sand and salt, down on One Rod Highway somewhere. So you give them the supplies, you just don't pay for the service because you're too busy doing your work on the roads.
We prioritize the roadways and the
Yes,
safety.
I know, I understand. I just wanted to see it because I wanted to hear if you weren't giving them the sand or salt, then you should have seen a reduction in your sand and salt budget, right? Okay, but you're not. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Other questions on this budget? Okay, I just have a quick one on utilities. Can you just speak to that briefly, particularly electric?
What line item is that?
So the one I'm looking at is 54,130. So last year we had not quite a doubling of the budget, substantial increase. It's down this year. There are, a couple of different electric lines. Can you just, what does that cover and what's driving the changes in the budget?
You said 54,130, Madam Chairwoman?
Yeah, 54,130 utilities electric. So it's 550, 798 is the budget.
Madam Chair, if I can interject while they're flipping pages and trying to get to the detail, I think the answer is likely consistent with what we heard from the Board of Ed last night, because that is, it's not so much that this year's budget is a decrease. It's actually in line with actuals. This past year's budget was inflated because of the forecast for electricity prices being up last year, but they've kind of normalized a bit. Right?
Yeah, I remember that from I just don't know. Again, I'm trying to understand what this covers and just to hear if that is the explanation or not. Is it rate based or what's going on with that?
Madam Chairwoman, 54,130 of this.
So we went through this past year, we ended up working with our energy consultant to kind of get a better handle between the actual usages and the costs. The end of last fiscal year, we had a large surplus in our electric, and we did a little deeper dive with our consultant. This account takes care of your town buildings, your firehouses, police headquarters, both town halls, DPW garage. So we kind of, as far as with the rates, I think we had an expected increase last year that didn't go through. And therefore, we're trying to be straightforward and say we think this is the proper amount and we don't need as much as we had last year.
Okay, so you had a surplus, you said when you had a surplus, so that was, you're talking fiscal 23 actual, that amount that ended up being 392,701.
Correct.
And do you happen to know what we're running at toward on fiscal 24?
The year to date, hold on, I'll have to, let me.
And you can get back to us. I just, it's, these numbers are, and I understand that somewhat of a difficulty in trying to predict these, but they're just in relative dollar terms, some pretty big swings. And so just trying to understand if there's room in that budget or how confident we are about the 550 and what assumptions underlie that. So if it's easier, you can get that to us, or Frank can get that to us in the Google Sheet, but
Our year to date for FY '24 is, I had it a second ago. It's $264,000, 760. Now
is that 6 months?
Half a year.
that's probably about 6 months because they're usually about a month or two behind getting it through the units by the time we get the invoices at the end of the month. So that might be the end of December billing. That's,
Okay, so if that's 6 months, then the budget for fiscal 25 is roughly flat with the actuals that you're running now.
oh, yeah, about that.
Okay, so we're expecting consistency, so we've budgeted for consistency in rates, et cetera. All right,
Yeah, and we also have been doing a lot of, between new equipment going in, with more efficient equipment.
okay, thank you. All right, any other questions on this budget? Okay.
Ms.
Yep.
Charlton.
Sorry,
I
Mr.
had
Wilson.
one question. Your questions about the fuel and the utilities spurred a question, and it should be quick. I noticed that you have utilities here for the electric vehicles of $15,000. Is that for the upcoming vehicles that we're getting, or for the whole year, the electricity?
Those vehicles are there.
So is that 15,000 going to be all the electricity we use for every vehicle at town hall? That's your estimate?
I think that's a maintenance budget. I think the kiosks at town hall are tied into the town hall, I believe.
Have a separate meter.
Yeah, but a separate meter, but there's
Okay.
a separate meter for it, but there's a maintenance issue with those.
A maintenance issue with what?
Those plugs, and people forget to pull them out and drive
Take
away.
off with them?
Yeah.
Our town employees are doing that? Oh, come on. That can't be possibly the case.
This one was this was also a little bit difficult to estimate because we haven't really had the cars and that charging, we got the cars very recently, so we don't have a lot of historical information for what this meter is. So this is just based on the information for the cars that we have.
Okay, I know a lot of work, you guys were doing a lot of work on these EV cars, right? Under this ARPA stuff. I mean, nobody did an estimate on what that they're out for this many hours a day, how much it's going to cost, no cost benefit analysis was ever done on that?
I'll tell you, the only analysis that I was aware of were how many cars were there.
Yeah.
That were Ford Crown Victorias guzzling gas versus what it would cost to replace them with electric cars. That was,
Okay.
and
Okay.
the notion was it'll be cheaper.
Okay.
I mean, that's all, the only,
All right.
I wasn't involved in that, but I can tell you what.
Okay, so what's the $15,000 budget for? For EV vehicles, the electric for EV?
It's for the electricity, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's for the electricity, for the charging.
So that's just a hold number, just a
Yeah, I went.
first year hold number?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine, Frank. Okay, that leads me to my second question, which is a couple of lines down under the motor vehicle fuel and lube, where it goes up by 4.75%. How much did you deduct for all the town cars, those big Crown Vics with the 8-cylinder engines driving around town all day? How much did you deduct from fuel and lube savings? Because I presume there's a
Well,
pretty
this-
decent savings.
This fuel is for the Department of Public Works.
Okay,
It's
I'm
the
sorry.
town hall ones vehicles that are the EV vehicles.
Okay, where's that fuel and lube number, Frank?
So for, if you look at the health budget, basically what I did was they're all using electric cars, so I would have reduced their budget to zero. Conservation, so I would have accounted for in the fuel and lube, each department that had cars or,
Okay.
gasoline cars, that's where it would have been.
Did you ever total that to figure out like approximately what the savings were on that?
No,
Okay.
I didn't.
All right, I'll add it up. So if you can just get me a list of what departments use the Crown Vics. I know it's building department, I know it's health, I know it's the zoning enforcement officer, what, engineering, but just give me a whole list so that I'll do the calculation myself. I'm just trying to find out what we're saving versus the $15,000.
Think there'll be a revenue on the sale of the Crown Vics.
Yeah, there should be something.
it
I don't
should-
think much.
It might equal
Yeah.
that 15,000.
Yeah, okay.
You won't see it.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have, Ms. Charlton, in regards to this budget. I'll do the rest of the work myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, you actually took that question right out of my mouth about the motor vehicle, but just to clarify, on the 15,000, so every department has their own budget, Frank, for motor vehicle fuel. But this 15,000, is that for all the EVs?
Yeah, that was for all the EVs.
So all the electricity costs for all the EVs that, regardless of what department they're being used by, come into the Public Works op budget?
Yes, I believe this is for the meter that's at the town hall.
Yep. I mean, that's fine. It's small. I just wanted to be clear. So that line is not in any other budget then. All right. Thank you. Are there other questions on this budget? Okay. All right. So next up is engineering, which is 5070 on page 183. I see Bill emerging on my screen. Welcome, Mr. Hurley. There's not much revenue there unless anyone has a question. So if you want to jump in right into the expense budget, that's great. Actually, before you start, John Cattell, are you finished or?
No, he's still here.
No, yeah, I wanted to make sure I thanked you if you weren't staying for the next couple budgets, but
John Marcelli, I would make him stay. Just
yeah. Okay. All right. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, John's going to start.
Oh, I don't know if you have any questions on revenue. Did you say, Madam Chairwoman, that?
No, I mean, it's a small number, right? We can jump into the expenses if that's okay. If people have questions, they can ask them, but maybe take us through the highlights of expenses.
So for the most part, the expenses are increased by payroll and by a capital outlay. Payroll is reflective of a reorganization that we are hopeful of implementing if this budget gets approved. And the capital expenditure is for the survey crew to purchase an instrument to aid them in documenting survey data into the GIS system in a more contemporaneous fashion and actually in a modern fashion. The existing equipment needs to be replaced, and these items are very expensive, but it's a matter of efficiency and pure documentation.
Okay, before we go to questions, do you want to elaborate any more on the increase in the head count and the necessity for that new role?
So the increase in the head count is the administrative secretary, who is look, for years, as long as I've been here, I've watched the engineering department try to address issues at the counter and go out into the field and do surveys and do inspections and examine whatever drainage issues they have to deal with. And for 3 years now, I always observed in the afternoon when 2 or 3 engineers would be going out, or all of them would be going out, and the survey crew was out, one of them would have to stay in the office. And I just felt that was non-productive to have an engineer having to sit and man the phone. And we had a part-time person there who would be there in the morning, but nothing in the afternoon. So we've asked for a full-time person. The entire payroll budget here really reflects our estimates of what it's going to take to handle the capital budget that's on the table right now. It is really considerable. I've engaged in capital budgets of this scope and size, and I can tell you that right now we're looking at programs in excess of $150 million in the next 5 to 10 years. And if you start off wrong, you're going to end up wrong. You need people and you need an organization that's crafted that's going to address those needs. We're hopeful we can get by with this. We are outsourcing everything we can outsource. We have every expectation that if the needed attention to these projects exceed our resources, that we will outsource resources, and when the project is over, the resource would no longer be needed. So that's what we're attempting to do here. So you need higher skilled people, or people who are willing to take on more responsibility to manage not only these employees, but perhaps outside vendors who would step in and have to do inspection work or project management work, items like that. So that's what this contemplates. I can tell you that this isn't rich in light of what we anticipate, what we know we need to accomplish this. So I would just ask you to support this. It's vital. There's a lot of money that we have that we're devoting to the town, and this is what we have determined that we need.
Thank you for that summary. Questions from the board, Mr. Mottola.
Yeah, thanks for that explanation. I support that 100%. My only question, and this could be a Frank question, maybe not a John Marsilio or Bill question, on the increases on a couple of the positions, they're substantial. Does that go back to that longevity issue we discussed the other day? I'm looking at assistant engineer, manager, and then project manager.
The assistant engineering manager that's just a step.
That's a step, okay.
That person's a higher grade, so
That's
the
what they-
steps are usually
Yep.
more.
And what about project manager?
And then
Same thing?
project manager is a little bit, and John Marsilio may be able to talk about that a little bit better, but there's the assumption that there may be a change in scope of the work that he's doing and that he'd manage a larger program. And so his grade would increase. And so it's a little bit of an increase in the grade.
Based on the contract that's in place.
Yes.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
all I needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola. Mr. Testani?
On that, maybe Frank or admin secretary, you want to add, which I support as well. Is it, do you anticipate it being like a union position, or how, what do you?
It's in the THEA union.
It is, that was my question.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Frank.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Testani. Other questions on this budget? Mr. Stark?
What do the seasonal people do? What do the seasonal people do, seasonal payroll?
Or
Yeah, it would be for 12 weeks of 2 seasonal, usually college students that would help with field work and office work. We're expanding our seasonal services to include sign inventory, storm system sample collections, which is a DEP requirement. We can have them do some GIS input, and then, as I was mentioned before, they could assist with the survey crew or office crew whenever needed.
allocate time for you to go home, Bill, or no? In this budget, do you parcel out time where you're not in a town meeting?
Other questions on this budget? Okay. If I could just ask a quick one, Mr. Marsilio. So you caught my attention about the outsourcing, and I think what you said really resonated with me. Like Mr. Rotolo, I fully support this. Understanding the capital plan that we've just started to look at. And I guess my question is, in your experience and from your perspective, do you think we have the ideal mix of internal and outsourced resources here? Is outsourcing on these projects always the best way to go? Do we have the right number of engineers internally? Can you just maybe spend a minute on that?
I believe that the core of engineers we have here is adequate at this point, at this moment. If we properly select the right complement of engineers, and I think we have. The advantage of outsourcing is that your capabilities are unlimited. Or if you have a one-off project that requires a specific sort of environmental or geotechnical specialty firms to watch, observe, design, you can never have every discipline in your shop. If you do, it's going to be inefficient. So we start with the core, and trust me, if I thought that we were overburdened and we needed more people to address those millions of dollars of expenditures, I would come before you and ask you for more. But right now, I'm comfortable with this core of people. And I think if this budget is adopted, it will provide for the proper organization to be able to outsource when needed, and we can address at least this next year's workload with this group.
Thank you for that. Appreciate those comments. Any other questions on this budget? Okay. So next one quickly is street lighting, which is 4070 on page 156. Bill, are you all set? Are you leaving us, Bill Hurley? If so, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Okay, so 4070 is again on page 156.
It's a whopping
So
$6,000.
So that's just merely the UI cost per pole that they charge us annually and that we assess them for taxes on. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, so and just to clarify, so this is flat to last year. To last year's budget, and some of the other budgets have been, we've had more significant variations in electric costs, but just remind me, is this no, actually, I think you said for the last one we talked about, we budgeted flat to the current run rate. So maybe that's consistent, but just unusual in the budget relationship, I guess, from last year.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
No, I had the same note in my book here. My question was going to be, a lot of the other electricity numbers were based on input from our energy consultant, and I wanted to confirm whether this number came from the same, because I agree. I was expecting the budget to be more in line with prior year actuals and a drop from last year's budget. That would be the consistent pattern that we've seen with the other departments.
So John could speak to the nuances. So to answer your first question, this was developed in concert with the energy consultant. And one thing that I did over the summer was I worked with the energy consultant to kind of break out our meters to these different GL lines to give us a better idea of what we're actually doing in their system, so we could look at the consumption. So this was developed in concert with him, and John Cattell may be able to, he understands the billing, but the street lights are billed differently for electrical than the buildings. They have a different fee structure. So it's not apples to apples when comparing the other utility electric lines. You really have to look at this one by itself.
Okay, that's fine. That's sufficient. Yeah, thank you. We're good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curley. Any other questions on this budget? Okay. WPCA. So that's on page 251. Under the self-supporting tab. And just a quick note on this budget for members of the public. So the WPCA, which operates the town's wastewater treatment facility, is listed as a self-sustaining fund, which basically means it's responsible for raising revenues to cover its expenses, and it does that through sewer taxes. This board, the Board of Finance, votes separately on this WPCA's budget, but unlike the town, we don't set the tax rate. That's done by the WPCA each September, I believe, based in part on the budget we are reviewing here tonight. So with that, I'll turn it. I see Mr. Bodie there. Welcome, John. I'll turn it over to back to the two Johns, I guess.
So this budget is reflective of the newly identified needs at the WPCA, incorporated in a few of the consultant reviews, and generally that has caused us to want to adopt the recommendations. Those recommendations include more personnel. It includes discussions about software that we want to include. It also adds and identifies other shortfalls, shortcomings in the operation of WPCA that we need to fund and follow. We want to employ a more robust TV inspection in-house, and we've added some CapEx money for that. You'll see that there's polymers and methanol, and those all have the normal increases that occur in those commodities. I&I correction, we are placing a major emphasis on I&I and intrusion and infiltration because we've come to realize that we are processing millions and millions of gallons, almost half of the capacity of the treatment facility because of leaky pipes. And if we don't stop that, whatever we do to the plant, you're going to wear it out much more quickly, and you're wasting your money with all of the chemicals and everything else that you have to include to address that. So we will have a healthy request in our capital budget of $1.5 million a year. But for this year, we have this $750,000 because this next phase has to get designed yet. This is part design, this is part construction, or whatever it might be, replacement, lining, whatever it might be. So that's a number we have in here to address that. And beyond that, well, you can see there's some normal increases here. This new hires line is it's transitioned into actual employees. So that's it. It's 5 new employees. It's I&I and normal increases in the components that are used to operate the plant.
Okay. Questions on this? Mr. Stark?
So line 54310, maintenance, repair and equipment, which is up 34%, and 56140, which is up 18.5%, mostly driven by the needs at the digester. Or what's any context around that besides that? Can you use the mic?
I'm sorry. These are items we've identified that have to get done in this year and require that budget to address it.
Ms. Ruggiero?
Hi, just want to, being the first time I'm going through it again, just a quick question here. With this budget, it looks like it's a pass-through basically. So whatever the revenue, the expenses becomes revenue because you pass it on to the town as sewer tax, correct?
The sewer rate is based on the expense budget, yes.
So right now, this would be an 11% increase to people in the town that pay sewer tax. Am I understanding that correctly?
Is that calculation here? I haven't looked at that.
Yes, if you look at the change in revenue, which is exactly the same numbers as the expense, it's an 11.25% increase.
Yes.
So the taxes for the individual household would go up 11%?
The rate will go up. The rate is based on usage. So you get charged according to how many CCF you use, which is cubic feet of water from the Aquarion's water bill.
I think what would be helpful with this is kind of just going over for everybody new the structure and some things that we started last year. So budget has to balance. The WPCA had traditionally been budgeting revenues very conservatively, and then just balancing it to expenses. And then, they may have $10 million in revenue budgeted, but they actually expected to collect 11 million. So last year we made a change in the budget, and it can be found on page 253. It's the second line from the bottom, but that's an authorized appropriations from. And that shows what so revenue, if you took out line 59,500 on the expense side, your revenues would be greater than your expenses by about $570,000. So the revenue numbers here are based on numbers that were provided by the Water Pollution Control Authority. They haven't set the rates yet. If they didn't want to contribute as much to the fund balance, then theoretically they could lower that increase and balance the budget that way. But I think the idea here is that we know with the WPCA's capital plan that they're going to need money to pay for some of these large capital projects. And so I think the intent for them is to continue to build it up with that increase. But I don't believe they've passed the rates yet. So that was an assumption that they made. And it wouldn't all be necessarily rate because it is also based on usage. So they may have different assumptions on the usage. So we would really need to look at the detail from them to get exactly what the rate increase would be.
So the number that you referred to, this authorized appropriations, that's basically a balancing number to get back to zero, correct? For your budget?
Yeah, it's essentially budgeted surplus is what it is.
So just one more question, I'm sorry. When this is sewer tax, so where I live in Greenfield Hill, we don't have a sewer. So we have septic. How do we get charged? It's through the Aquarian bill?
We have no charge.
You don't.
Got it. That's why this is a little foreign to me. I was wondering how this works, so I just wanted to understand it. Thank you. Sorry for asking these questions.
Good.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggiero. Mr. Testani?
Yeah, but out of the 11%, do you have as to what the percentage is with the addition of the people? It looks like it may comprise most of that. Is that fair to say? The 5 new people on to the PCA?
Yes. So my quick answer is yes. I mean, the total budget divided by the usage is what the rate is.
Right.
Now, the total budget also includes a capital portion, which is needed by the WPCA as they see it to devote to this capital program. So,
and within that is the 5 new people. Okay. And just real quick on the description, sorry, on page 2, it says that it was a funding, which I know is one of our favorite topics, the digester. So is that part capital? Is that in the 11%? Where's that?
that's in the 11%.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Mr. Stark?
Do we know, or do you have to hand how much bond debt you're assuming to generate that $1 million interest expense figure?
So the interest from new debt that I had assumed was 450,000 of that 1 million. So the remainder is based on debt schedules, but it was based on the most recent, at the time that I set this, at the most recent capital numbers that I had for fiscal year 2025.
So the 450 is on how much debt?
It's 3.5%. So.
So Frank, to clarify that question, so that includes
9 million.
debt service on debt that is gonna, for projects that are gonna come before us next month?
Sorry, I'm just doing math here. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so to get to to just get to Mr. Stark's question, we have capital projects that have already been approved and bonded, and the WPCA pays its own debt service. We have a number of additional projects coming before us, I think, in the month of April for the WPCA, right? So, and they're on the capital plan. They're on the last capital plan that we've seen. So that capital plan for things that are going to come before us for approval in the April timeframe, those will get bonded in July, and there's debt service on those new projects in this budget for next year. Is that correct?
That
Or
is
there
correct.
a year lag? Okay.
Yeah, that's
So
correct.
the new stuff we're going to be asked to approve, we've reflected the debt service here. That debt service is in this interest expense number of $1,060,000 that we see here. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the number that I had at the time was around $12 million.
So 450 plus last year's 239,000. What's the rest? What's the rest of the increase?
I think there was in the debt service.
Yeah.
I think there was.
No, this is interest expense. All right, so let me look at line 58610. Interest expense is going from 238,000 to over 1 million, right? And you just said interest on new debt is 450, so that would explain, 60% of the increase of 822,000. So what's the rest?
Yeah, so I think what probably would answer the questions the best is if I just gave you the debt service schedules on the Google sheet. The remainder is just based on those debt service schedules.
Okay. Yeah, if you could attach those, that would be helpful. For the regular budget, we have a detailed debt service schedule that shows us each debt issuance. So maybe the equivalent of that would be good here, showing kind of the principal payments and the interest, which are those two, the line Mr. Stark referred to and the one above it.
Yeah,
Obviously, this is going to become a bigger and bigger number in this budget as these capital projects get funded. And so it's just a more important number to the budget. So I think going forward, it might be a good idea to include that schedule in the budget book, but for the Google sheet, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, I have all the information. It'll be easy for me to create, and I'll make a note to include it similar to what we do in the general fund.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Walsh?
Are all these expenses on debt issuances for projects that are repair projects only and not new service stuff?
Would you repeat that?
Are all the interest expense that we have here, the $1 million, is that on for the interest expense on bonds that are to pay for projects that are for repair of the system only, not expansion of the system, repair? Because traditionally, that's the only thing that WPCA's had to pay for, is repair, not expansion.
So the majority of this debt service was the Eastern Turnpike Pump Station.
Okay.
And the things that we intend on doing in this year's budget, whatever that might be, it's all repairs. There's no new extension.
Okay, because I've kind of, we have to have a discussion at some point on this board about what our theory is going to be, because precedent says that on new expansion, new things like the facility itself, when that was last redone, that was paid by all the taxpayers of the town of Fairfield. Because that is considered to be a benefit of the town. It benefits all of it's actually in a form of all the businesses in town. It's a form of economic development. There's other reasons. We can list them all and we'll do that another night. I don't want to get involved with that right here. But I just want to know that these are all repairs. But I will tell you, I've kind of, on some of the projects, started getting a little queasy because we're kind of crossing the line, or at least at the line, because we have so much new building going around with these apartments and stuff like that. So some of the lines are over by Commerce Drive, and they're servicing, a lot of those brand new apartments. To me, it looks like there's 1,000 of them. I'm not saying that that's the number, but to me, it looks like 1,000. So we're kind of like on the line a little bit, but I just want to know that. So I think you've answered the question, General. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Walsh. I would also, and you raise an important point. We've talked about it at this board before. I think just to make sure everyone's comfortable, and based on what Frank said, so we reviewed that capital plan. I want to say it was February or late January. So just that last capital plan that we reviewed, and Jim, you might have missed that meeting, but that was the update to the October plan. I just want to be perfectly clear, Frank, when you give us that debt service schedule, it aligns with that capital plan, that existing waterfall that we have, correct?
Yeah, it'll probably be, I developed for this number, I developed, at a point in time, and that I don't know if it changed so if I update it to the waterfall, it may change. So it could change. I could give you the original number and the number that's on the waterfall right now. And if there's an adjustment that needs to be made.
Okay, that would be helpful, I think. Yeah, that would be helpful, just so we know, because we're going to be voting on this budget before those projects come up for approval in April. And I think as board members know, and what we've typically been doing with these, quote, repair projects is when we approve the bonding resolution, we also approve an MOU to assign the debt service to the WPCA. So just want to make sure everyone's aware of what this debt service represents. So thank you. Mr. Curley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to go back over to the revenue section for a moment and looking at the investment income line, 44001. This may be a question more for you, Frank. But my recollection, and I may be mistaken, but my recollection was that in years past, we did not push investment income or interest income, I believe it was, to the WPCA. But last year, we made an adjustment to our process so that there would be budget dollars attributable to the WPCA for the investment balances that were earning income. So that's the origin of the 521K that's in the budget this year or this current year, and the request for next year is 300,000, which is reflecting a decrease. I guess I was expecting that number to be higher because as we look at the town side, one of the significant changes that we saw on the town side, and I'm referring to the finance department, same line item, there was a 43% increase in interest income, going from almost 6 million to about 8.6 million. So I recognize that the balances are not going to be exactly pari passu, but I did expect it to at least be correlated. So could we talk a little bit about the investment income calculation for the WPCA?
Yeah, so all these revenue numbers came from when the WPCA had like a preliminary budget and they approved it, and these revenue numbers came from them. But this is different than the general fund because at the time that they set this, I think there was still the debate of whether we were going to fund projects with debt service or we were going to fund projects with cash. So I'm assuming that I have an interest expense in here, 450,000, assuming $12 million. If there was an assumption that we were going to use cash to fund some of that, then we would the principal the base that we're getting the interest off of would have been lower. So that's what we did at the time. So this number we would want to update this based on the new developments or the new strategy.
Yeah, that's exactly the point, because I was hearing when we were talking about the interest expense side that story was in conflict with the story that clearly the revenue side is reflecting. So if you could spend a little bit of time on the investment income budget number for the WPCA and make sure that the story is consistent, I would imagine that could go up by $300,000 or $400,000 pretty easily. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. Yeah, and I just to follow up on that, Frank, last year, I think everybody recalls this board made a pretty significant adjustment to investment income for both the town and the WPCA, and we still ended up undershooting it by quite a bit. But as I recall, that was pooled cash, and so we looked at the entire cash balance, and then we calculated investment income on that, and then we allocated a piece to the WPCA based on what was on their balance sheet in terms of a due from or whatever it was. So I take Mr. Curley's point, but I'm not sure if that means there'll be a corresponding change on the town side. So, I think that full analysis of all of the investment income for the pooled accounts and how that's split between the WPCA and the town, I think we're going to be discussing that next week in the finance section. So hopefully we have that analysis in advance, and we can see, how those numbers came together, and if there's truly an increment or if there's some kind of flip between these two entities.
Madam Chairwoman, could I? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I would just like to say from a self-serving point of view, when we begin issuing purchase orders for these projects, we really have to know what pot of money we're using. And so I would urge you to do this sooner rather than later, and have a meeting of the minds with the WPCA Commission and determine just what the split is going to be. And to Mr. Walsh's point, what if any amount the town is going to assume. And what that will help me with is getting these through purchasing, because I have to identify the pot of money that's going to be used.
Understood. Yeah. And just to clarify, what's been presented to us and what I believe is reflected here is that the WPCA will be funding the debt service for any projects that are approved this year. And the WPCA will also have the benefit of investment income on any cash balances it has out of the total pooled cash. So it sounds like from what Frank said, that those numbers may need to be updated, and it's not unusual that we get, just based on the timing of this, that we make those kinds of updates to the budgets when we vote. But as far as the big assumptions, I haven't heard anything. Unless there's a big change, I think the assumption that we've all been going on and that we discussed during the capital meeting is that this year's projects at least would be funded by the WPCA, particularly while it's, sitting with the level of fund balance that it has, et cetera. So if anything's going to change, I think that the administration's got to tell us that. But just so everyone's clear where we are. All right. So are there, I have questions on line items, but are there other questions on this budget? Can you just quickly tell us what the IT software number is for $48,000?
I believe, yeah, I can, I'm going to have to I could look up the specific software if you want to get to.
Yeah, you can put it in the sheet if that's fine. And I hope you're keeping track of all this stuff, Frank. And also, yeah, so there were a couple of things that if you could provide us detail on: IT software, the fees and professional, the contracted property services. We don't have to go through this all now, but just having those details back in the Google sheet. I didn't write those down, but that would be good. Mr. Marsilio talked about the I&I, the $750,000. Property insurance, is there a story there that number is, roughly doubled over the last 2 years or so?
Yeah. So I think we'll cover that when we do the consultants on the 21st, I believe, is when they're slated to come.
Got it. Okay.
But it was Kerma did evaluation. I think I have it in the human resources side of the budget. I did a write-up on that for
We can
property.
cover it when they come. I don't want to
Okay.
take, that's fine. And then, contingency. So we had a very small amount in there last year, but we've got 276,425. Very specific number budgeted for contingency. What is that? Is that for payroll stuff or what is that?
Part of it's for payroll. John mentioned that, we have an additional 5 positions. There was one position that was, at the time we created this budget, there was a little bit of discussion on kind of the exact title, but I think we're at the point where we could probably just move the money for that position into the regular payroll line, and we could true that up, and then all you'd have remaining in there is the contingency for salaries.
So are you saying there's an additional piece of headcount in that line that's not in the personnel summary, or is it?
There's an additional piece of headcount in that line that's not in the personnel summary, and yes, yeah.
Got it. Okay, so that gets us to where, because the personnel summary looks like it's 4 new positions, and Mr. Marsilio had mentioned 5. So the other one is sitting there in contingency.
Yeah, and like I said, I think we're at the time we developed this, I think we just wanted to keep it in there, make sure the money was there, but I think we could just move it over to the regular payroll line.
Okay, and then we talked about debt service. We talked about the budgeted surplus, and I think the last time we heard from the commission, they were intending to, try to keep their fund balance replenished so that they could have enough, that they would set their rates deliberately and have enough money to be paying for their debt service over time without running their fund balance to 0. So I assume that's a plug to get to that goal.
Yes, and as we, throughout this process, what I envision is that as we go through these revenue numbers, like the investment income, if that's going to bump up, then that number is also going to increase, and that could, impact their assumptions maybe on the rate. So I think, after we change some of the assumptions in these revenues, that we'd have to go back to them so they have the proper information for setting the rate.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like we have some, reclasses and updates to this, and I know we'll probably have that for other items like pension and OPEB when we get those final reports. So when are we going to see that? Should we expect to see these updates on the 26th, or will this be when we have the finance meeting next week?
I think we could talk about that. I think I could have a lot of the updates ready for the finance meeting on the 21st. That way, if there's anything that we need to follow up again on, we can talk about it on the 26th and just give us some time. So I think I could have kind of that changes sheet that everybody's familiar with, and I can line some of these things out and attach the backup, and we can talk about it on the 21st, anything pressing, and then that way, if we need follow-up to the follow-up, we could do that on the 26th.
Okay. All right. Mr. Walsh?
Can I just ask about the electricity? There's 2 lines for electricity on there, and they're going in drastically different directions. One's up pretty much 85% from last year. The other one's going down 20.77%, and I'm just not sure. We saw similar reductions in the Board of Ed stuff because of a rate reduction, contracted rate thing for the next 6 months. So just seems like they're going in different directions. I just don't understand it. Was there more usage in one, or?
It's a
One of them's more for, we got green energy systems there. We have a fuel cell, and we have a 1.5 megawatt solar array on the landfill. The previous year, the solar array was down for a good portion of the time. That company has been spending a lot of time fixing inverters and replacing, and the plant is probably about 95% covered, close to that, by green energy between a fuel cell and solar array.
So the increase is for what why is one going up 84%?
Because you're supplying it by more with the solar and the fuel cell than you are from off the grid. So the grid's going down and the fuel cell and solar is going up.
So solar's going up, so it should be free, right? No?
It's a PPA,
What's it?
purchase power agreement. So we don't own the solar
Ah.
field. There's a company that maintains it and operates it, and
This is done by your predecessor, right?
sure.
It was a great idea. That wasn't a great idea.
No, it's actually cheaper, working out cheaper than what the grid is.
It is.
Yes.
Madam Chair, may I
These
answer?
these things, both of these items are behind the meter, so you save both on the distribution as well as the actual generation that's provided.
Yeah, I was just going to add a power purchase agreement is typically below, it would be a long-term contract at below current market rates. So you're still paying, but you're paying less.
Yeah, I mean, if you combine those two line items, we're, I don't know, 20 grand or something lower this year than last year, but, okay. Thank you for that question, Mr. Walsh. Are there any other questions on this budget?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, well, Mr. Marsilio and Mr. Bodie and Mr. Cattell, sounds like you guys all have a lot on your plate this year. Thank you. We thank you for
Move it
answering all
around.
the questions.
Move it along.
What's that?
Anthony's falling asleep, Lori. Let's move
All
it.
right,
Thank you,
I just want to
guys.
make sure I said thank you to these guys for hanging out with us.
Thank you.
All
Thank you,
right,
gentlemen.
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Anthony's young. He can stay up. He's got energy. There he goes.
A new kid.
Yeah,
Still looking fresh at 10:30, 10:33.
We'll get through it. Oh, Penfield's easy. It's closed.
Yeah, for the record, it's 10:33, so I missed the over-under by 3 minutes. So
I said
I
11
took the
o'clock.
under and I got it. So thank you guys.
Can we
Anthony,
do
I'm
it by
pretty
11?
sure we've not gotten you on before 10:30 ever in the last 5 years, but okay. So for anybody who's following along with this is Department 730. Penfield Pavilion we'll start with on page 215.
All right, for the record, Anthony Calabrese, Director of Parks and Recreation, and thank you for having me. Before I get started, I have been listening along to your prior meetings. So one question did come up to Julie DeMarco from the Senior Center in regards to the adult playground that they're putting in their fitness center. And somebody wanted to know the timing. I don't remember who, so I apologize, but we're scheduled for the week of April 22nd, as long as everything comes in on time. So a couple weeks away. You could use
All
it.
right.
All right, sorry. Penfield revenue. You will see we are forecasting that the Penfield Pavilion will be reopened early 25. So that's January, February is what we're looking at. So we use the assumption that we can get 46 bookings through that time through June 30th. So that's where that revenue comes from, and obviously is the huge driver for this budget, which is why it looks like it's up, almost 32%. Happy to answer any questions on the revenue.
When you say early 25, you're talking January, February?
Right now, it's projected to be done around the end of January, early February. We are not encouraging parties to book that early. When they do call, and again, we don't normally get many parties or events that want to book in January, February anyway. Most of them are April, May, and June. So, we let them know that, hey, anything could happen. This is construction and you never know what you're going to find.
So your numbers here on the revenue for Penfield seasonal locker for 25, you're estimating $25,000, right?
That's correct. We will assume.
That'll be for May 25 when you can start collecting it. April, May 25.
Exactly. Yeah. And we assume that we'll have a normal
Summer.
All right.
All right. And then the same with the rentals. Okay, I get it now. All right, good, thanks.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Curley.
So I get it so roughly because we're collecting the fees for the rentals prior to the end of the fiscal year, we're catching the whole summer season, but it's in the spring, so therefore it's effectively the equivalent of a full season.
Not the equivalent of a full season. We're only projecting $100,000 worth of revenue. Normally, this line would be 400 plus for just Penfield alone.
Sorry, I was on the top line, the seasonal locker rental.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
And the Penfield record, that's the events, right? So that's a partial year, right? Yeah.
Correct. I'm sorry. I misunderstood the question.
So on the second line, the concessions, annual run rate before shutting down was roughly 40,000. You've got 20. Is that also effectively half a season?
That's half a season, and that's just the timing of the contract on when we collect the money. We would anticipate, this will have to go back out to bid, but we'll anticipate that we're probably going to get around 45,000 because that's historically what it's been. So yeah, about half of that.
And as far as the Jackie Durrell, that's just unaffected by any of this, so it's regular year.
Exactly, 150 events is what we anticipate.
Okay, I'm good, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curley. Any other questions on Penfield revenue? Mr. Testani, is that you? Or you just?
Well, it might be looking at the wrong line, but is Burr not in here or is that separate?
Burr is captured in the recreation budget. The next one we'll talk about.
Okay, all right. I thought so. I just want to double check. Thank you.
All right, so expenses for Penfield?
Yep, moving right on to the expenses. Obviously, line items here, for the most part, held steady. The only one that we increased is, again, because the building is reopening. So you'll see the seasonal and part-time payroll go up. Again, we kind of treat our seasonal and part-time payrolls interchangeably, depending on what the employee is doing. But these are Penfield parking attendants, locker room attendants, and then actual event attendants, the ones that work the parties.
Okay, questions on this? All right. Okay. Easy. All right, so we can move on to the big one, Parks and Recreation, which is Department 750 on page 221.
Okay, I'll start with the revenue here. You will see about an 18% increase in the overall budget numbers here in the revenue. Swim lessons, we had a great year last year. Our new aquatics director our waterfront director is absolutely killing it. He's been able to advertise and market our swim lessons better. So we're seeing higher enrollment there. We're showing an increase in our program revenue. That's our trust fund or our account fund, our 124 account fund that you guys typically look at. That closes normally September 30th. So that money will know whether you normally hear about that in quarter one when we report on that. But we did up that. Again, we are seeing people are coming back to programming. We're out of that. I think we're fully out of the COVID phase at this point. So programs are running back to normal, which is really nice. The tennis concession, that's the tennis bubble down on Old Dam Road. That's a 20-year lease up in 2034, so we still have some time on that one, but that's a contract, so that goes up. Field rentals, we're holding steady at our 265,000 that we bring in there, and to Mr. Testani's earlier question, the Burr Mansion is captured here. The revenue side of it is around $98,000 is what we're looking at, and again, that is not booking multiple parties a night, multiple parties a weekend. This is typically about 36 parties, which is one a weekend almost from April through early October. And we don't do anything outside of that time frame.
Can I ask, Lori,
Sure.
I'll just
Yeah,
ask
go
a
ahead.
quick question on that. So Anthony, was 23 like an anomaly or what happened there?
23 was the first year we took it over, and The museum had to pay us a
I
lump.
think I remember you telling us.
They
this.
paid us
I
a lump sum
think I
of
remember
all the
this.
deposits that they
Yeah, yeah,
had,
yeah,
and the
yeah.
town wasn't 100% sure how we were going to go forward with the operation of Burr Mansion. Were we going to stay in that model of doing weddings and events there, or were we going to do something else? So that's why Burr Mansion's not broken out into a separate budget like Penfield Pavilion. It's lumped here in one line item as a revenue, and then in the expense side, when we get there, it's one line item for that as well. So they carry over some of that money each year that's deposits for the following year. Finance does that for us, so we don't really have to track it. But that year we had that lump sum that they collected from the museum.
So let me ask you this, why was the budget in 24, 50,000, let's say 51,000 and 25 went up, pretty substantially? Are you expecting more parties or?
So in the 24 budget, that was where we were kind of in a time of flux with what they wanted to do with the building. So we weren't booking any events for a certain period of time. So we had budgeted less. And then at some point, I can't remember, actually, I think we came back here and they said, we gotta open this thing up.
Let it roll.
And we did, and that was
The
the
town was
number
going
we
to take it over
used.
or something, right?
Yeah, and we did, and yes, we did.
Great, good.
All right, thank you. Mr. Curley?
Yeah, just sticking with Burr for a second. So do you think that roughly $100,000 of revenue is a good run rate annually now at this point?
Not based on the expense.
Well, that's kind of my question. I didn't want to jump ahead, but because the revenue and expense should be looked at on a net basis. I mean, clearly in fiscal year 23, actuals, different model, I get it, but a very healthy surplus. Last year, we budgeted a deficit, and I remember a healthy discussion about that last year, whether we should be break even or not. And so I'm glad to see in this budget, we do have at least a surplus, albeit modest. But I guess my question to you is whether it's the revenue line or net of expenses, looking at surplus or deficit, where do you expect this to be going forward?
I think this is more of a philosophical question as the town and the administration on how we want to move forward with this facility. It's obviously it's a beautiful amenity for the town. It's very nice for our residents to have a place to go of this nature to book an event, whether it's a larger wedding or a smaller cocktail party. But the way we've priced that right now is comparable with other venues of that size and type. The expenses continue to rise year after year, but we've limited ourselves by only doing one event a weekend. And it's where do we want to go with that? If we under a few administrations ago, when the museum was running it, it was plow forward and book as many events as you can, do double parties. And they were turning a healthy profit, 40, 50, 60, sometimes $80,000. That's not doable with 36 events.
And my recollection was part of the pullback was related to noise complaints from the neighbors. And I appreciate that we need to be sensitive to the neighbors. And so that's a fair consideration. I also recall a discussion last year about the tent, whether the town was going to buy a tent, whether we were renting a tent. You had to consider if it was going to be closed and used for town hall office space. And where are we on the tent? Is it rented? Is it owned?
It's still leased. It's leased year to year. So we do that through an RFP, and that's about $46,000. So again, our expenses are 80. Half of that's the tent.
So I imagine that since half of the expense base is fixed, that incremental revenue associated with perhaps going to 6 events a month might be beneficial.
Yeah, it could be.
I'm all set. Thank you.
I got a follow up on that.
Go ahead, John.
So Anthony, you do 36 events a year there?
At most, yes.
Is that 36 events with the tent?
Yes, not one event ever books just inside.
I mean, years ago, we used to book that inside for events. I remember going to junior league event, holiday parties with my wife, you know,
you-
15 years ago.
Yep.
It was a thrill, let me tell you.
No,
But,
there-
they used to have events inside and,
There are still like the Enchanted Castle and things
Right.
of that nature that still take place, and they do pay us a smaller
so they're,
rental.
gotcha. Okay.
But if somebody's coming in for a wedding or
They want
an
the
event,
tent.
they're taking the tent. The inside's just it's too small.
Yeah. Can you, but it can't, and maybe I'm totally clueless about this. Can it be marketed in the wintertime as a space for people to use so you can get some more revenue? I mean, maybe you don't charge the same amount, obviously, if the tent was there, but have we looked at that?
Yeah, it can be. It can be.
I mean, it's nice inside. You can have a cocktail party in there
You
with
definitely can.
80,
definitely
100
can.
people walking between rooms and stuff.
We're open to a post-budget party.
Yeah.
You want to host?
We're
But you
gonna
know-
have I think we should book it for the internal audit weekend. What do you guys
Oh,
think?
God.
All right.
All
No,
right, stop. Sorry.
Anthony, is there, can I just, what else are we doing with that building? I mean, is there a reason, and forgive I really don't know the answer, but is there a reason that we don't maximize the use of it other than the potential noise issue or whatever? Or is the building being used for something else at this point?
Well, the third floor is leased out to offices, so we do have that.
Okay.
But then no, primarily it's just the events that are used there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Walsh?
Who puts the governor of the 36, puts the governor on the throttle about the 36 events? Is the commission or you, or is it the first selectman? Who's telling you you're limited to 36 events?
So under the previous administration, I have not had this, to be quite candid, haven't had this conversation yet with the current administration. But under the previous administration, it was try to limit it to one per weekend. And again, that was based on the neighbors and the noise complaints.
But the break even is so narrow. It's so narrow. I mean, it's like a contingency account almost, that one bad thing, one person not paying or having a canceled event and just not being able to pay us. And now we're at literally break even. And one other little thing happens, we're losing money on it. It seems like the number of events has to be increased at least to get us to something like $20,000 of revenue, something that'll cover us in the case of something happening or some expense happening in the building.
Oh, I agree. I mean, if that's the way we want, I don't think we should be running this at a break even or a small profit. I think.
So you believe it's the administration sets the number of dates?
I think that's where this lies at this moment, under the way that we currently operate. I have no problem if the administration wants to turn that to the commission and say, hey, Parks and Rec Commission, you take this, but ultimately it's going to be phone calls to the first selectman's office and not to mine. So.
Jim, do you mind if I piggyback off your question though? If Mr. Gerber were to say, Anthony, go full throttle, is there time? I mean, is there an opportunity to affect this year's budget? Just in theory, I don't know how far in advance these events book, et cetera, but what would the potential be like? Is, you know, I guess I'm just looking for the range of possibility here.
Yeah, we typically book 2 years in advance, just like we do at the pavilions. We do get some last minute bookings, but no, most people are trying to book these about a year in advance. If you're doing a wedding, you're not calling us right now for April, not a chance.
Unless we're doing an Easter bunny, we could do an Easter bunny celebration.
Okay, but we would have, you know, we could theoretically do that if the demand were there, right? We could respond to that if we made those dates available.
Yes, and I do think that the demand would be there to do multiple events on a weekend.
Even as soon as this summer and fall.
Our first selectman is sitting here. Why don't we get him on the record?
Yeah, no, I wanted to
I'll
ask
go
that
on
same
the
question,
record
Jack. I'm
as
just
saying
trying to
I
understand,
have
like,
not
if
looked
it
at
would
this.
impact this budget.
Not even thought about it. So, I'm not going to answer this now, but I want to make sure I talk to Anthony about the history, or have there been threats of lawsuits? Have there been lawsuits? I really don't know.
I get the neighbor thing. I mean, I get it to a certain extent.
Just one follow-up question on that. Have you had inquiries to possibly rent it, for a Christmas party or a holiday event or anything? Like, has there been interest?
Not normally.
If I could, Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
on this, I mean, just thinking of the borough in general, I mean, in these numbers, yeah, you're tight from an operating perspective, but I mean, to some degree, it's a bigger discussion on the town side. It's a town asset. I say those of us that have been in town for decades, it's sort of one of those things that town just has always had burr but are we in the rent, you get into, are we in the rental business? Are we using this as a rental? A little bit or a lot to kind of cover some amount of costs. I don't think that this really captures even the long-term carry ultimately on burr. I mean, as a historic building, it's only going to get more and more expensive in many regards to keep it, to keep it in the condition that we need. So maybe it's running up the revenue somehow, or having a discussion about, what do we do with this building? So.
Thank you. Mr. Curley?
Yeah, and I don't think anybody on this board is suggesting that we go full throttle here. I think we all want to be sensitive to the neighbors but I also agree with you, Mr. Walsh, that if we're barely breaking even, we might as well just either not do it at all, and not have the wear and tear on the historical building, or we can take a few steps to go a little bit further to make sure that we're avoiding a deficit in the event that we have a couple of cancellations or something. So.
Thank you. Mr. Penley?
Yeah, so is it something that towns do to like lease this out to another operator? This or the Penfield Pavilion or anything like that?
Yes, that is absolutely an option. Some towns do that. Fairfield has not chosen to go that route in the past, but it's absolutely something that we can investigate for sure.
Well, and to some degree, going to the museum and now back to the town also showed, actually we went to a nonprofit which operates at even a lower price point for their cost basis on items, and they couldn't handle it and they kicked it back to the town. So, could look at other things, but that just drives point. There's been two models already that are problematic.
Well, I think a private operator is going to it's going to be turbocharged, that throttle.
And that's the other side of it.
That's the problem. They're going to be running multiple events. There could be bar nights in there. There could be all sorts of things. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Other questions on revenue besides burr? Just a quick one, Anthony. Yep, sorry.
Mr. Gerber, are we going to try to get an answer this year? I mean, on this whole thing, I think we need to get some kind of finalization on a plan going forward.
On burr?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just added it to my.
Okay. I mean, I'm not, I know it's not a high on your list.
Yeah,
but
I've
it's
had
something that needs to be done. It's just been kind of dragging along.
It's been dragging along for years. Yeah, I had twice a tour scheduled and had to cancel because of other stuff. So it's on the list. It was sort of towards the bottom, but move it up a few notches.
It's an interesting project because this board has funded kitchens, renovations, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now all of a sudden we're like in limbo. I mean, it's like.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Overall on the revenue, Anthony, and I don't have the, I'm not sure if I'm misremembering this, but I thought that we were running ahead on the 24 budget, and obviously the 25 budget is higher, but it's for specific areas. Where is your 24 revenue budget coming out roughly at this point in comparison to what you've budgeted for 25?
For recreation, the one that we're looking at right now, I believe we are slightly ahead because of Burr Mansion. The rest of the numbers are pretty much in line with what was budgeted.
Okay, so in line with, and I was referring to the 537 in total, which I think is what you're talking about, right? So you're saying out of all those things, Burr Mansion is running ahead, the rest are pretty much on budget?
And programs, I think those two are the driver here. I'm shocked that I can't remember the programming number off the top of my head, because that's already done, so.
Okay.
But everything else is running on target.
So programming, so this number is final, but it hasn't been adjusted here? Did I hear that right?
No. It gets collected on September 30th, so it ends. So for the current budget that we're in, it's already been collected. So in Q1, we talked about it, and it was, I have it now, it's 175 was where we ended in the current budget. So that one was budgeted at 105 and 24. So that one we're ahead. That was one of the numbers that we're ahead in, that and Burr.
Okay, so 175. And then the current year budget is dropped to 140. So you want a little more conservative on that. So 175, which was effectively the same as fiscal 23. And then if you go prior to that, we're in COVID territory, right? So that wouldn't be a comparison.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to expenses? All right.
Okay, expenses pretty straightforward here. Majority of my employees are in the THEA union. I have one that's in PETA in this budget. So you'll see some contractual stuff there that they had that are just have to be raised. Some of them actually went down because we had turnover and we had one retire. So we have a newer employee that was hired at a lower rate. Other than that, fees and professional services, you'll see is up 12,500. In fees and professional services, that makes up costs from our Memorial Day parade, our fireworks display, and the increase is due to the fireworks display. Marine services for them have gone up. That's unfortunate, but part of the contract in order to do that show. And then obviously the Burr Mansion is the another driver here, but that's up 11,000 over the entire year.
Okay,
Yep.
questions?
I'm sorry. Yep, there was a question. Mr. Testani asked about the postage line.
Raise my hand, sorry.
Postage, this is where we mail out our beach stickers, and it has gone up. Postage has gone up, and you'll see if you look at the actuals from the last 2 years, we're just trying to bring this in line with what the costs are.
All right.
Anthony, I know there's other things, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's other things in that line, right? Other than just the fireworks.
Fees and professional services are made up of our concerts for 18,000.
Yep.
Overtime for police and fire, they do some things for us at $1,500. The fireworks are 70 and the Memorial Day parade is 20. That should be the whole total.
Fireworks gone up pretty drastically.
They have over the last 10 years or so. Yeah,
okay.
they have.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Curley?
Is the increase in the fireworks tied to a date? Is it because we're having it on a premium date, or is there a date set for the fireworks?
The fireworks this year are on Saturday, July 6th with the rain date of Sunday the 7th. It's primarily the marine services, the cost of the barge that is driving their prices up.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
One just minor question, Anthony. I've been asking this to all departments, so it's nothing against you, but.
No, we didn't buy any food. You should travel to meetings.
I love that you're watching our meetings. I love that. I love that you're watching our meetings.
Are you sure?
100% positive.
All right. Any other questions? Just one quick one, and I know this is consistent with last year, but what is the maintenance and repair of buildings and grounds? What's the $50,000 for?
This 50,000 is primarily for fence repairs. Sometimes some tennis courts are cracking, the bituminous needs to be patched, and miscellaneous things of that nature, pickleball nets, tennis nets. No, we don't use it for the garbage pails. That'll be in the parks budget, but this is primarily things that are around our facilities that, residents may call in and complain and say, hey, this needs to be fixed immediately, and we try to use this budget for that.
Okay, and that one, we put, in relative terms that, quite a bit more in that account last year. Are we using that? Are we using up the $50,000 budget this year?
We are, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Can I just ask one other question about,
Yes.
so the school started paying for Sturgis, right? The school, for Fairfield Public Schools.
Yes and no.
Okay. So it was, they seem to be taking credit for the whole thing, so why don't you tell me the no part?
Let's talk about that during the parks budget.
Okay, okay.
It's
we can
coming
do
up.
that.
It's
Okay.
coming up soon.
All right, why don't we do that?
All right, so before we get there, we have waterfront on 7070, Department 7070 on page 225. Revenue, Anthony?
Yeah, revenue here is flat, and this is made up of our beach stickers, our beach parking, and our beach concessions. And when we say beach concessions, we're only talking the Jennings Beach, not Penfield. Penfield concessions is in the Penfield budget. So this is just the Jennings Beach. So we know how many beach stickers roughly we sell. It's typically around 35,000 to our residents, almost 2,000 to non-residents. So that 900,000, you'll see if you look over the last 3 years worth of actuals, is pretty much right down the middle. Sometimes it's a little more than that if we sell more non-resident stickers. Sometimes it's a little less if we sell less. The beach parking is 100% weather dependent. If we get rain Memorial Day weekend, sometimes we struggle to make the 275. We're sitting in a good, I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but I want to say we were at 265 in the current budget. So we only have a few weekends to go that we capture in from Memorial Day to June. So making the 275 this year is looking really good. It's very similar to last year where we were at 333. But historically, 275 is where we're around.
Okay. Mr. Curley?
Yeah, I don't know if this has been a discussion with the Parks Commission or in your office, but do you have any concerns about the beach parking revenue dropping this year because of the construction at Penfield?
So the sad part is that we've been through this a couple times now. So from experience, we know that residents are still going to go to Penfield. The non-residents that went to Penfield will go to Jennings. So we don't anticipate seeing a huge drop off, which is good. I mean, it's a testament to the quality of our beaches, but so that's why you don't see me dropping any numbers here.
Thank you.
Other questions on this? And I don't think you answered this, but beach stickers, you mentioned where we are in beach parking so far this year. What is beach stickers shaping up like for the current year?
We're on target.
For 900,000?
900, yeah.
Okay. So a drop from 23. Okay. All right. So we can move to expenses on waterfront on the next page.
All right, expenses. There's two things that drive the increase in this budget this year. It's seasonal payroll. Again, this is the rest of the beach parking attendants, all our lifeguards. And if you go down, you'll see a $6,500 increase in printing and binding, and that's for the cost of our beach stickers. They went out to bid, and the bids came back in $6,500 higher. So that's that increase.
Do we have to, I'm sorry. Is the hourly rate for the seasonals higher this year? Is that the reason?
It is. So minimum wage went up. They indexed it this year as of January 1st, and it's $15.69 is the indexed cost. But I believe most seasonals around here are starting at 16.
Okay, so you're gonna have the same number of seasonal employees, just you gotta pay them more an hour. That's it.
And then you have to pay the supervisors more and the whole wage compression, unfortunately.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I
Other
understand, I know you're not buying food with travel and meetings line. What are you doing with 15? What is there travel and meetings for waterfront? I don't understand, like, I just not understand.
So that's for our waterfront director. So we have, typically we have a full-time employee who oversees the waterfront and all the aquatics. So we don't have electric vehicles at the rec department. We don't have gas vehicles. So we use our personal vehicles. So he gets mileage reimbursement from going from the office to Jennings, to Penfield, to Lake Mohegan. So all the beaches. And then he has two assistant directors that help him, and they also get mileage. So it's basically the three people that make up that number here.
All right, we'll have to buy him a $400 scooter.
All right. Any other questions on this one? Okay, so we'll go to Parks, Department 7080 on page 228.
All right, so technically no revenue with this one. So we'll just go right into the expenses here. As you guys know, I took over the Parks Department in the 21 years. So I think this is their third year, 2.5 years with me now. We estimated the best we could year one when we broke out that budget from DPW. So we reduced DPW's budget. But again, it was an estimate. A lot of it was based on percentages. You know, we took the 7 guys that were on the parks team. So they divided stuff by whatever it was, 7, and said, this is how much you're getting allocated. So we've been trying to figure out those lines as best we could. And we've done, I thought, a really good job. And those estimates seemed pretty close. But you'll see that we're truing up some lines here in some of the maintenance and repair lines where we were overspending those lines, but not the entire roll up of the budget. Regular salary here, we have 7 employees that are in the DPW union. We have 1 supervisor who is in PETA, and then we have a non-union department head as our park superintendent that sits in this one. So the overall regular payroll goes down primarily because we have turnover in some of our positions. Our park supervisor retired, so his replacement salary came in at a lower rate, so you get savings there. Then we had to backfill some other spots, so we have entry-level guys coming in. So again, that's why you see a decrease in the salary line. The big driver for this whole budget is contracted property services. And again, listening to the budgets, I know you guys like to know what that line makes up. There's only 2 contractors that are in our contracted property services. There's 3 contracts. One of them is athletics fields. So that's all the baseball diamonds, the soccer fields, football fields, whether they're at a school or in a town park. We handle the maintenance. The only 2 fields we don't handle the maintenance on, Fairfield Ward High School and their complex, and Ludlow High School's turf field. Everything else is Parks and Recreation. So that contractor is Greenway Property Services. It's roughly $803,000. The second contract that we have in this line is for about $140,000. Sorry, I have that number written. It is $141,000. It's also Greenway Property Services, but they handle the mowings of our islands. So if you go around town, Southport, you'll see a monument as you pull into the stoplight right there. One of those islands is state, typically the one that's overgrown. The other one is ours. So we mow those. We have islands like that all over town. And again, having a parks crew of only 7 guys, it's impossible. We would not be able to handle mowing every island, every town building, and every athletic field. It's just not a possibility. And then the third contract that we have in there is an irrigation service, and we use Aqualawn. Again, all these went out to bid, publicly bid, and they handle all our irrigation repairs. And those repairs come from things in the winter where, maybe all the water wasn't blown out and a pipe cracked. A lawnmower hits a sprinkler head. All those types of things, they're on call for us. They come out and fix it. But that's what that line item is. The other big line item is our capital outlay. And again, capital outlay for us, in years past, again, you'll see we used $40,000 in the last budget, really, and a lot of that was small machinery, chainsaws and things of that nature. This year, we do have to replace 2 trucks that we have. We have a 2011 Chevy 2500 pickup. The number we were given from the fleet manager over at DPW is $50,000. And we have a 2003 Chevy 3500 Mason dump truck that also needs to be replaced. And that's at the cost of $67,000. So that's that total line right there of $117,000. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions on this one? Anyone?
I can
No,
answer.
I know Anthony watches so many of our meetings. He knows all our questions.
I do have one if no one else does, but I'll defer if anyone else does.
No
Okay.
questions here. Go ahead and ask.
Okay, so contracted property services, when was the last time, and it may be different, when did we last go out to bid on those?
It was about 2 years ago. Since I took over, we actually went out to bid twice for this because I wasn't happy with the last contractor we had. And then I wasn't happy with the way Greenway was billing us. So we went back out to bid and they ended up winning it again. And now we have a much more organized way of understanding the bills, which I believe was in the 2021 audit. That's been referenced several times at several meetings, but we did rectify that. The person that handles this in my office is our park superintendent. He's the first person. He manages these contracts. He is in touch with these contractors every day. Once he approves the bills and he gets the bills monthly, he goes through them. He makes sure that they match what they're supposed to have on the RFP. They then go to my account clerk who processes every bill in my office. She's got an MBA. She is fantastic. She is severely underpaid, but she loves working in our department. And she is my second set of eyes on every one of those documents. And then they ultimately go to my assistant director for approval, and then they come to me. So there's 4 sets of eyes on every bill that goes through my office.
How often, Lori, if I just follow up, how
Yeah,
often do you go out for bid?
Most town contracts are 5-year contracts or some fashion of that. They can't be over 5 years. Otherwise, they need special Board of Finance approval. The contract that we have, these maintenance contracts that we have, we do 1-year contracts with 4 1-year renewals. So we go year to year. Because if I'm not happy, I want to be able to make a change.
Thank you. And yeah, Jim Walsh is correct. Obviously, you know what our questions are going to be because you're listening. And for me, the one in the Greenway in particular, one of the things I recall, and I'm really happy to hear that you feel like you've got a really good, robust process in place to manage all that invoicing, because I know how complicated and time consuming it can be with all the pieces and all the services and all the properties that they're covering. One of the problems or one of the issues I remember that came up previously was that we had a bid, but then a lot of the services that we were procuring from them were things that weren't included in the bid. So we were paying kind of, a lot of off bid stuff that we didn't necessarily have a pricing sheet for. Are you still running into that, or do we have a good bid on that stuff that's capturing all the services that you need?
No, now that's exactly why we went back out to bid. Those were the types of things that weren't being captured, and now they are captured. If I need a baseball mound rebuilt, it's in there. It's a flat price. We know what we're going to pay. If I need to beg a little league to pay for it or something like that, we know the prices. So,
okay. All right. Well, that's good to know, and hopefully, whatever your department learned from going through that process can be applied when purchasing goes to look at some of these other ones, because I suspect that's an issue in many other departments. Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, and I'd just like to compliment you on that 1-year contract with the 1-year renewals. I mean, I, for my own employer, I have to do 50 of these a year, and they all want to lock you in for 5 years. And, you know, the normal conversation with us goes, they want 5 years. And I say 1, and they say 3, and I say none. How about none? How about, like, I just call your competitor? Do you want to bid on it, or don't you want to do it? If you're good, we'll stay with you. It costs us money to go someplace else. So everybody gets into these contracts, they end up with someone bad, and then you're stuck with them for 3-5 years. So I just want to commend you on that. I think the rest of the town should take a look, or at least have the discussion about how we bid out vendor contracts.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Other questions on this budget? Okay. All right, we can move to Marina, page 232.
Okay, Marina revenue.
Can I just say, though, also, I just want to say, and I don't know if this is you or Frank, but I really find these narratives have been extraordinarily helpful. The information is so much better than it used to be with the statistics. So who's ever doing this, if it's Anthony or Frank, thank you. I meant to say that before.
100% Frank, but I'm going to take credit for the pictures. So
Okay.
Picture's worth 1,000 words, Anthony.
all right. Recreation marina here. Marina budget staying flat. And again, this is just honestly because we only have so many slips. They're full. We have wait lists, and the rates haven't gone up. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Jim?
When's the last time rates went up?
I believe it was in 2017, but I'd have to double check because it could have been 2019, but I think it was 17.
Is there talk about doing it? I mean, that's been 7 years. It's like 7 years now. I mean, it just seems like everything's gone up in cost.
We'll have to pay for the body armor, though.
I know. That's why you wanted the position.
So yeah, the last time we talked about raising rates, they were talking about a $25 increase, and they came out with the pitchforks and they wanted to torch the building. The fire department literally showed up and shut my building down and said, "You guys can't have this meeting," for $25. So yes, it's a conversation we should have for sure. The bigger conversation again is a long-term one, and what do we do with the marina on the capital waterfall or capital plan, whatever we're calling it at this moment. I am carrying money to replace the marina in kind, basically meaning exactly what's there. I think to the tune of 1.8 million. But if that's the route, then yes, we plow forward, and yeah, we should start looking at raising rates. Our rates are low. They've always been low. It's a good venue though.
Yeah, I think it's a good venue, and I'm not saying we should go to market of what, like, you know, Westport, some other communities at, but I mean, 7 years is 7 years, and especially if you improve it. So do people not want to improve it down there? I mean, what's the general feeling that you feel? Like, do they like it the way it is and they just don't want to pay any more money? Or do they want it improved?
The boaters like it the way it is. They like that was last time we looked at doing a plan. They like it the way it is. They like paying what they're paying. Of course they'd love to see more services, but nobody wants to pay for more services. They like what they have. Again, there's 600 boaters in there, roughly 600 boaters. They enjoy a lot of them have been there for many, many years.
I got a question on that.
Go ahead, John.
So, and I think I ask this every year. So I remember, what was it? I think only you and I were on the board at the time when we had that presentation that they had to update the marina, and then all hell broke loose. And
it's sitting on the shelf since
6 years ago, at least 7 years ago. But wasn't it like almost like ADA code issues that it had to be? At some point, we had to do something, and if we did it, we were going to lose some slips, and that was the big issue, right?
So the goal is always to be ADA compliant with anything that we're doing. There are standards that they'd like us to comply with, but nothing is,
We don't have.
we
to,
don't have to, exactly.
Unless we
So-
change something that we have to start complying.
Correct.
The way the boats are docked there have been like that since 1960s.
Since it was built.
I
Correct.
remember as a kid, it was like that. So, all right, well, so that's a decision that the town's gonna have to make at some point, but we're not there yet.
Correct.
And I understand why we're not there yet. So, okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions on this? Okay. Anthony, just to follow up, I understand the whole pitchfork thing, but it also makes it, I mean, I'm assuming, and I don't know anything about this, I'm not a boat owner, but it sounds like the people who have their boats there are getting a bargain, is what I'm sensing.
Yes, that's a fair assessment.
Okay, so they're getting a great bargain. We haven't raised the rates, but if we step back and look at this, is this expense budget for the marina fully loaded? I mean, so this is a profit center for the town as it stands.
It is a profit center for the town. Yes, I would say that this captures 95% of the expenses associated with the marina. This does not capture the recreation staff that has to, deal with the boaters and process their paperwork, but it does capture the marina coordinator, his salary. This does capture some of the maintenance, not all of the DPW maintenance. They're down there a lot. They might be, Marsilio might be able to break that out for us because I know they put in different tickets and stuff. They can tell you, we were down at the marina X amount of hours. They could probably put a number on it, but this is about 95% of it, if I had to guess.
Okay, so even if you were to fully load this with all the extraneous little things and an allocation of your time, if you spend any time, this would still be a profit center for the town.
Correct.
Okay. All right. We can move on if everybody's okay to, so no other questions on the marina? All right, so Department 7111, Carl Dickman Golf Course, page 236.
Okay, Carl Dickman, par 3 golf course down on Old Dam Road. We're looking at the revenue here. Slight increase. The Golf Commission voted back in November to raise the rates across the board for adult residents and seniors and non-residents by $1. So that primarily makes up the increase here. The driving range is barely used there. It's a net, and the carts are really not a thing that happens there, though they've been holding steady. Happy to answer any questions.
Do you want to, does it make sense to go through the expenses and then we can take them all together?
Sure.
Okay.
The expenses you'll see, again, are holding steady here. Regular payroll is a DPW employee. I believe that is at the top of his step. So you don't see any changes there. For the most part, there's no other huge increase. Seasonal payroll, those are the maintenance workers that work the course and some of the ones that work in the club, in the Rangers shack that's right there on hole 1. Minimum wage went up.
Okay. So questions on this? Come on, Craig, we know you've got one.
All right, I'm not so focused on this one because this one's relatively lean, but just noting that the rounds are roughly 30,000 a year, but we're seeing the revenue go up 20,000. So $10,000 difference there.
So the question is,
so if I look at the description page, where the last couple of years, the number of rounds played is roughly 30,000. And if the rounds went up rates went up $1 per round, I would expect that the revenues would go up 30,000.
they dropped the junior rates.
Oh, good. Okay.
So that's why this doesn't go up the full 30. I tried to calculate that in there as best I can. Our par 3 does get a lot of junior use. So
No, I think that's great. That's a really good answer because we need to support our juniors. And they're the lifeblood of the future golfers, right? So that's great.
But
Thanks.
being a senior myself, the senior rate went up, is that? did I
The
get that
senior
right?
rate went up $1.
But the junior rate went down, so
Went-
basically an offset, right? But what?
I don't think
what's
it's quite an
the
offset, but
Senior, is it 62?
senior 62 and over, juniors are 12 to 17, or I think at the par 3, really under 17.
You're going to have to stick to the Zumba, Jack.
I guess so, but I'm just curious, the golf commission approved an increase to the senior rate.
They did, and
And is that for the other course as well?
yes, yes.
What's, just curious, what was the rationale for that?
Just trying to stay in line with the market rates
For
other courses.
that charge extra for seniors?
No, just across the board. So they look at it as like a holistic thing. So they look at all the Fairfield County courses and say, okay, here's the order. This course is the highest at whatever rate they're at. This one's at the lowest. We like to be in the middle. We don't want to be the highest. We don't want to be the lowest. So when we start falling down to the bottom, we look to raise our rates.
Regardless of where the people who play may fall into those categories, is it right? So it's an overall charge.
It's an overall, and there's been some years where we haven't raised the senior rate, but just raised the adult rate, or vice versa. The other thing, and it's affecting Smith more than it's affecting par 3, is when we switched to the new tee time software, we used to be able to, our old software used to allow residents to book 7 days in advance at 5 a.m. On that same day, it would allow non-residents to book starting at 9 a.m. The software we have now doesn't allow that. You can't do it on the same day. So we only have 2 options. We either let everybody register at the same time, residents and non-residents. The commission didn't think that that was the way to go. So they let residents do it 7 days in advance. Non-residents get to do it 6 days in advance. What that did was it dropped the number of non-residents that were allowed to play because the residents were booking more tee time. So when you look at our revenue, you'll see our revenues it's kind of holding steady, but you'll see the rounds are down like 3,000 for the non-residents, but up 3,000 for the residents. And Smith is selling out. It's this weekend we open up tomorrow officially, which is great because I love to get the first 2 weeks in before April. It's just extra revenue for us. But you see, that's why we can't make more tee time. So right now we have this balance of residents to non-residents that we're watching. The commission has had this conversation because it's something that I've been bringing up for about a year now, saying we need to keep an eye on this. The commission has justified it right now by saying we like the way that it's going. It used to be a 3-to-1 ratio of residents to non-residents, and the non-residents would supplement or subsidize the residents' fee, which is why residents pay half of what a non-resident pays. Right now, we're sitting at about a 5-to-1 ratio. So again, it's something to keep an eye on, and you could raise the resident rates only to help offset that. But the commission right now is comfortable. They've said they're comfortable with where we are at 5-to-1. I think we still need to keep an eye on it.
And my concerns, Anthony, honestly, are, I know we were sort of light of it a little bit, but, seniors in this town are going to be assessed a significant tax increase in this budget overall. So to have an increase, is it also on Smith, the charge for seniors to play? Fairfield residents that are seniors?
Yes, it's up $1
per round, and on the par 3 as well. And again, the rationale behind that was just to be in line with the other courses in the other towns that charge more for seniors.
That's correct. Expenses are up too, right?
Yeah,
Fertilizer
expenses are up.
expenses are skyrocketed. I mean, so you gotta charge something to cover.
Right, I understand that, seniors are gonna be paying more money, Jim, overall. So I don't say
Okay,
they
probably
should
a
be charged
question for the
more.
golf
I'm just
commissioner.
saying that I don't agree with the commission's decision. Let me put it that way. How's that?
And Anthony, just to follow up on you, because I've heard Mr. Curley bring up this point before in the mix of residents and non-residents. You're saying that this is a software issue that's driving this to some degree, and we don't have complete flexibility, even if the commission wanted to, we don't have complete flexibility to tinker with the resident and non-resident sign-up times?
That's correct. It is solely 100% a software issue at the moment.
Madam Chair, can we table that discussion until we get to Smith Richardson? I think we're still on the par three. I have a whole longer list.
Okay,
for the main
is
course.
is it a different system between the two of them?
Yeah, let's get going.
Same system. Come on, we gotta get
Talk about golf courses for the next half hour. Let's go. We spend more time.
Can I just have
Guys, it's the same system. No extra time here. Okay.
just one quick last question? Just more definitional. Carts on Carl Dickman. You're talking pull carts, please, right?
No, these are electric, primarily people with mobility issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
How do you get around 3? I don't even understand how you can like possibly even get a cart, like it rolls 30 feet or something past the bushes in the lake. Okay.
All right. Smith Richardson, page 239. I'm sorry, 240.
All right, revenue here, again, is up for the same reasons that I just discussed, with rates going up. The driving range, you'll see when we were doing this budget back in October, when I was putting this together, October, November, I had anticipated a little over a 10% increase at the driving range just because of the phase, what I was calling at the time, phase 1 upgrades. We haven't implemented phase 1 or 2 at the moment because the bids came in high and I didn't feel comfortable going forward. As I know I explained to you guys, because you guys already approved the second phase of money. But now I've got to sit with the RTM on that one. So I had budgeted, the rationale again was I just budgeted at this rate because I was not 100% confident or sure that all 3 bodies would fund it. So that's why I was as conservative as I was with just that 10% increase. Happy to take questions.
All right.
I say Craig answers every question because he might cover everyone's question.
That's right.
Craig's about to leap out of his chair, so we'll
Just
let him.
have Craig take the floor.
All right, I am going to try and do this rapid
gonna
fire.
open
This
the
is like
go
the
to
hot
sleep.
seat. You ready for this? All right, so I appreciate the point on the driving range with the uncertainty as to when the numbers were prepared. But you mentioned that the phase 2 has to go to the RTM. What's the date on that?
I'm presenting to committees next Monday, and then the following Monday they'll vote.
Okay, so to the extent that they approve those phases, and I imagine you're going to fast track to try and get something completed for the spring, right?
That's correct.
So if that funding is approved and the project moves forward for the spring for this budget cycle, would you be comfortable increasing that revenue number for the driving range?
Yes, I definitely would be.
Because the one thing I connected the dots here, we've got a $15,000 increase in the revenue for the driving range, and I understand the rationale for that, but on fees and professional services, it's up $50,000 for the software for the driving range. So obviously that's a net loss as it's currently budgeted. So I'd like to see that at least is an offset.
I agree 100%. We have looked at numbers, the Golf Pro and I, on what we would be proposing to the Golf Commission for what the driving range would be. For a bucket of balls. Right now we charge $6. We know we did 26,000 buckets last year. So again, if we look at a 10% increase on just the buckets alone, and then maybe a $2 increase on the balls, and obviously we increase the number of balls, we were looking at around 265 conservatively. But again, if we raise that up to, if we go up another $1, we're at 300,000, which doubles our current revenue essentially.
And I know part of the plan for phase 2 was also some lighting, right? So the expectation that the operating hours would be extended, right?
We would extend the operating hours, and we'd extend the season itself because
Heated bays.
with the heated bays, you'll be able to be out there. I just saw pictures from Stanley a couple weeks ago in New Britain where they were inviting people to come to the driving range in the snow. Snow was covered out in the field, but out in the under the bays, you were completely dry and warm.
And for the record, plan only lasts as long until the snow melts, because you can't collect the golf balls, but fair enough. Good to do, right? Okay, so that's it for the driving range. I'm going to bounce back to the front page, the description real quickly. Just, Frank, take your pen. I've got some notes for you here. On the description, you talk about the course being built for 36 to 40,000 rounds. I think that number is 45,000 plus or minus a couple thousand. So that can come up. On the rounds, upper right-hand corner, the last couple of years, you mentioned this, you touched on this earlier, we had 48,000 rounds and change in 21-22. Last year, we had just over 50. What jumps out to me when I look at this is the mix of resident to non-resident. Again, you touched on that. The Golf Commission for decades has followed a fee and rate plan that was built on a 2/3, 1/3 mix of 2/3 resident, 1/3 non-resident. And yes, I'm Jack, I can confirm that historically the Golf Commission has always been very sensitive to trying to minimize the rate increases for seniors, juniors and seniors specifically. But there is a typical pattern of raising rates roughly $1 per round across the board for adults, and then maybe every other year for seniors. So it's not always, I understand your point that if it's $1 across the board, proportionally, seniors are getting hit more this year, but they do have historically tried to avoid raising rates on seniors unilaterally.
Except this year.
Well, again, but if they're on an
And they
every
lowered
other
the junior
year,
rates.
if they're on an every other year pattern, they're not raising rates by 50 cents. They're doing it in dollar increments. But the point that I'm concerned about is, and I have to say, I've been very disappointed with the Golf Commission over the last several years because they have not taken a more active role in managing the course operations, in my opinion. They have taken a very simplified approach to the rate structure. I understand the point that the rates or the mix of resident, non-resident is affected by the software that was put in place. By the way, that software is working great. It's much more user-friendly, and I think generally people are much happier with it overall, resident and non-resident. Non-resident concern is that they don't have access to it soon enough. But if the Golf Commission is not going to address the mix of resident, non-resident, they have to consider the impact on the bottom line. And the reason that the rate schedule had historically been built for a 2/3, 1/3 mix is because if you have enough non-resident rounds played at a higher rate, that helps subsidize and keep rates lower for residents and seniors. Thank you, and juniors. But if they're not going to police or try and control that mix, the implication is that they're going to have to charge more for residents, which I don't think any of the residents are going to want. I certainly am not advocating for that, but if they're not careful, the revenues in total will not be enough to cover the operating expenses, and that's a worse problem, right? So, I do hope that looking at the mix from 2 years ago, it was a 70-30 mix, 70% resident as opposed to 2/3, 1/3. So that was relatively close, but last year was almost an 80-20 mix, and that's the 4-to-1 ratio that you talked about. So I'm hoping that the Golf Commission can pay attention to this and hopefully take some action. One more note on this page, Frank, on the highlights and goals, the third bullet says increasing rounds of golf played. Clearly, if the ideal number of rounds is roughly 45,000 and we're already at 50, they shouldn't be increasing rounds because that's just going to increase maintenance. Okay, and that's it for me on the revenues and expenses, but I did have some other more general questions. I'll defer to the group, but I'll come back.
I don't know why we need a golf commission. No, we should have a golf czar, and he's sitting at this table. He's underutilized.
So
I know.
Go ahead,
It
John.
is, and it's getting late. I can't believe I'm going to say something about this, but can this message be relayed to the message from I think the Board of Finance, what you just heard from Mr. Curley, I understand. I think we agree with it. Jack, it goes to your point. We're raising rates for seniors. One of the reasons why we're doing that is because of this inequity that Craig just said. So my point is this should be relayed to the Golf Commission.
This
I mean,
mess-
you do it probably every year,
This,
don't
this
you?
message has been relayed to the Golf Commission. However, we just were appointed 40% of our new Golf Commission yesterday.
Okay.
So I will relay this
a new
message again.
The Board of Finance that holds the purse string is getting a little concerned, at least some of us are, right?
But be assured that I do relay this message. They know that I take this information and I bring it to them and they make their decisions.
Would you let them know we're upset about, seriously, about increasing the rates for seniors? I'm being serious.
Oh, I'm gonna
I
tell
think it's unconscious. Honestly, between the Carl Dickman and, I don't care what the ratios are, to charge seniors more, especially, again, given this overall budget, is unconscionable in my mind. So if you could
But Jack, in all
convey, I'm entitled to my opinion, Craig. Thank you.
So
I, and this say, if they're only going up every other year, if they're going up 50% as fast as the adult population, over the years, it's 50 cents difference. You start adding it up and the gap between the two gets wider and wider. So I think it's kind of fair, actually.
Can I ask a question, Anthony? And maybe this gets to, this is just my own, I don't know how the Golf Commission works, but do you make a recommendation to them on this stuff and they decide, or are they coming up with these rates, this stuff independently?
No, it's a collaboration between myself, the Golf Commission, and the Golf Pro to set the rates. But the commission does vote on the rates. They set the rates.
Okay, but I mean, relaying the message is one thing, but you are collaborating on this, so you definitely have a strong voice in terms of addressing this issue as we go forward.
Yes, and I should point out, I mean, the Golf Commission's made up of 7 residents that represent all different parts of our community. We do have a senior member. We've got a ladies member. We've got the men's club. I mean, there's regular residents. So they have a voice, and people do come to our meetings occasionally and speak when we, if they want to give their opinion. So yes, but yes.
Good point. Okay, thanks a lot for that.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
just had a couple more things.
Of course.
So looking at the capital piece of it, I understand you've got a couple of pieces of equipment to replace, and that's fine. I know that over time, that you and the golf staff have been prudent with replacing equipment, using much of your equipment beyond the useful life. So I don't have any questions about the specific equipment on the list. However, I did have more questions around some of the other capital related things. And what I mean by that is, for the last couple of years, the drainage has been a concern, right? A lot of the fairways have been closed to cart traffic on, I think it's pretty much 4 holes, because the drainage needs to be addressed. And then obviously the cart paths have always, a little bit at a time has been done, but the cart paths in general are in pretty bad shape. So I guess my question is, I didn't see anything in here for work related to the drainage problems and the cart paths. I know that you've always tried to, or the Golf Commission has always tried to work within the budget, but I imagine that those things are becoming more of a higher priority. So I didn't know.
Yeah, and those have been identified by the Golf Commission. They have a list right now that they're working on. Last year, 2023, they put together more of a long-term plan, not a 10-year plan to the extent of when you were on the commission. But they did identify a number of holes that have drainage issues that we need to bring in professionals to address. The cart paths are definitely one of these things that we've piecemealed over the years. And I know you and I have had conversations either at these tables or offline about maybe putting together one big proposal to come in and just do it all. But those are those are the big things that need to be done right now at the course. I need to meet with conservation and engineering to talk through the drainage because there are some issues with that, and there's other permits and things that we need to just make sure we're on the same page before we move forward with. But I do see that happening soon. As far as the cart paths, I think that's going to be a decision that I'm going to have to make with Peter Grace and Bob and say, do we just bite the bullet and do this all in one shot? Because I agree with you. There are certain spots on the course where the cart path is not acceptable. And then there's other spots where we were able to piece it back together. Coming down 18 is a good example, but going up, 7 and or 10 and right between 6 and 10, that needs to probably be an 8-foot wide emergency access for an ambulance to be able to get down. So those are the things that we do need to address. So they are top of mind for us, and they're a priority.
So along those lines, I totally appreciate those comments. The one thing that I appreciate, the point that this board is most concerned about, I've heard it for years on the other side of the table, and I appreciate the point sitting on this side of the table, is that we don't like surprises when it comes to big ticket spending. And so I think the 10-year plan that the Golf Commission had put together expired in 2019. Again, I'm disappointed that the current Golf Commission hasn't done anything about that since 2019.
So,
but I'm hoping the new makeup of the Golf Commission will actually put.
I don't mean to cut you off, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, but I also sat here at that table there, mentioned bringing back another 10-year plan. And I was told by this body here, some of you sitting here, don't even dare bring another 10-year plan before us anytime soon. Continue to operate within your operating budget. I understand you were not at the table at that time. And I'm happy to take that back to the commission, and
I don't remember that either.
Well, yeah, and I don't dispute that, but I do think the expectation of the town is that 10-year plan was meant to repair deferred maintenance that had built up. So when you get to that 10-year plan, doesn't mean that you just have to reset and do another 10-year spend, right? Like I completely appreciate that there would be a hiatus to that, but I think with 5 years past and with the drainage issues that are cropping up, the cart paths that are cropping up, it's a big enough big ticket item that this board should not be surprised if you're going to put a number in front of us. And I think the Golf Commission should give some serious thought to what that should look like.
I agree.
I would rather another plan, like when we used to do $100,000 or whatever it was, as opposed to you coming to us and say, I want to do every cart path on the course all in 1 year. Yeah, all in 1 year. I'd rather just have a plan, know what it is. People see the results every year on something, whether it be drainage at 1 or 2 of the sand traps, whether it be a section or 2 sections of paving. But I think we'd have to talk about that. But I thought that plan worked great when we fell behind. I have a feeling and I don't play up there a lot, but I'd like to start playing up there a lot. But I know from people who regularly go up there, they feel like it's fallen in disrepair.
Yeah,
it's not as nice as it was. Great clubhouse now. But they don't think the course is as nice or as it had been after some of those plans were done.
Yeah, and I do think that whether it's the drainage or the cart paths, those are becoming big enough ticket items where it needs to be addressed and again, avoid surprises. I have one last question, then I'll be done. I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before, this maintenance staff was reduced by 1 and the mechanic was taken out of the department. And I thought part of the plan to manage that need, because there's clearly a continued need for a mechanic to manage all the equipment, was that some of the other town mechanics were going to be co-located in the same facility, so the golf course could benefit from some of those skills. But that I understand is no longer the case. So what's the issue with
It ended up not working out. And we ended up hiring a part-time mechanic. It was the mechanic that had retired. He had came back part-time. He has officially retired now. We're looking at maybe adding a full-time position in the next go-around.
So it would be one more year without a mechanic and hope nothing breaks.
Well, we have mechanics on staff. Again, we would have to lean on them to come do the work for us.
And can we get some type of memo of understanding between your department and DPW so that?
I have them. I'm sure I can.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, any more golf questions? All right. I know Jim Walsh was about to ask when you're going to bring the tennis lights back before us, but he might have, maybe he'll save that for.
They're still doing well. They're still doing great. They're still doing great. I'm keeping track of how much we're saving every year.
Since you're doing such a good job, we think you ought to bring that one too. All right.
I think we're done, right?
All right. Are we ready for a motion to adjourn? Or, oh, Amy, do you have a question?
I just want to say, Anthony, that I'm very impressed with you and that your knowledge and making this, starting this at almost 11, I was a little nervous, but you really do a great job. Thank you.
He's married, you know that, right?
Yep. Kudos, agree. All right. And again, still looking so fresh at midnight. Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Whoever, Amy and Jim, I'll give it to. All right. Good night, everyone.